Welcome everybody to this hearing session on Māori wards. It's a really important day for the Regional Council to hear the public's view on this matter. Before we start, Petty, could you please open our meeting?
Kia ora, Chair. For those of you who have your Te Kupenga app on your smartphone, then go to Karakia. But for those who don't, then we have it up on the PowerPoint display behind us. And of course, most of us here don't even need either. Hoi anō tēnā tātou, e aku nei rangatira kei rungu ki tēnei rangi a tāhua, e ho mai i a tātou, tēnā koutou. Tai hoki rā ki enei e noho kai ngā parirau o tēnei wahanga o te whare, tēnā koutou katoa. Our karakia is just up here for those in our public galleries, and we'll go through the left-hand side only. I'll set the pace, you set the volume. Whakataka te hao ki te uru, whakataka te hao ki te tonga. Kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai. E hi ake ana te atakura, he te reo, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei Māori ora. Kia ora tātai. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Petty. And welcome to our visitors today, and a special welcome to our submitters. Now, just ensure that we have the apologies. Neil is for lateness, and Api is unavailable today and will be coming tomorrow, but he will be a submitter tomorrow, so he will not sit on the panel. Michelle, who will sit on the panel, and somebody else will do her Mariah's submission.
Mr. Chair, I don't have a stand-in for Hinemahi Marae, and I'm waiting on one of our trustees for Te Horonga o Ngā Awa Trust to see if she can speak. If not, the submissions speak for themselves. Also, I want it noted that I did ask the governance advisor if it was a conflict of interest to write a submission and speak to it. I was advised it was okay. Also that my people are not happy that this has come at the last minute. It's considered a takahi on my marae. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate your position. Okay, do we have any other apologies? Or do we have someone to move the apologies then, please? Martin, will you move to accept apologies?
Yes.
Seconded Craig. All those in favour? Aye. Conflict of interest declarations for today. I'm trying to solve some of those. Is there anyone who feels they have a conflict with the proceedings today? If there is no one, we will move to our submissions.
Mr. Chairman, can I raise a procedural issue in that regard?
Yes, sure.
Ms McElroy just said something along the lines of this has only just been raised or only just been raised. So I'm not sure whether that referred to an issue with the fact that she's a submitter and is sitting with us. My concern is to ensure that this process has the utmost integrity and is beyond any reproach. I'd be keen to understand the nature of the advice that was received from the governance team to the effect that being a submitter was consistent and not a conflict with her position in participating in the hearings on this issue, albeit not in a deliberative manner, as I understand it. So I just want to make sure that everything's tika here for her protection as much as anyone else, but ultimately for the decision that's made at the end of the case. So, yes, that's my question, my partai.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. When Ms McElroy approached me, I expressed the opinion that there isn't a conflict because she is not making the decision. At that stage, I also advised that it was well within her, I guess, purview to make submissions on behalf of the groups that she chaired.
Right. Well, if everyone's clear and coherent about that.
No, Martin, not clear. I overruled that decision as the chair, and the reason I did is because the Māori committee, and Michelle's a co-chair of the Māori committee, and Mike and the representative on the RPC are invited to be on this panel and ask questions.
Right.
And so there is a fine line. There's no voting here, but there's a fine line to the other submitters that a conflict doesn't exist. And I wanted to ensure, as you pointed out,
Yeah.
that this process was totally clean and without any potential conflicts.
And so what is your decision that you've made?
Michelle will not make the submission. She will sit on. Actually, I asked her and Api to make a decision what they wanted to do.
Either or.
If they had to choose, which they would choose, and Michelle's chosen to sit on the panel for the 2 days, and Api has chosen to make the submission and not sit on the panel.
All right. Thank you.
Just one more further addition. The reason I made that decision was I felt again that the submissions speak for themselves. And the other thing is that when our people come here, they see our faces. They see me and Mike,
That's right.
and that was more important to support them.
I think
And
that's
so
right
my
too.
people understood that, but they were a bit frustrated. But you know, kei te pai,
Understand. Thank
haere
you.
tonu.
And I think that Michelle made a good decision.
Thank you.
So do you, Martin, I agree with the chair's decision, absolutely. And there has to be a clear line between being a participant and being a decision maker.
Yes.
And participating. Even though the people do not have a vote, they're in the room at the point that the decision's being made, they are then therefore in positions of influence.
Yes.
Because they have the opportunity to do more than just ask questions, they have the opportunity to speak as part of that process.
Understand. No, that was part of my concern as well.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr.
Kei te
Chairman.
pai.
Thank you, everybody. Now, our first submitter, Api, is not available. So I see, Mike, you're in the room here. Are you ready to go if we bring you forward? Sorry?
No.
Here.
Where the bright lights are and the handcuffs are on the chair, Mike.
Sit down there, Mike. I haven't quite finished procedural matters, but we need to move to receive the
Receive and
submission.
consider the submissions.
Okay, so we need a mover to...
I'll move.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Henny White. All those in favour? Aye. So, Mike, the floor is yours, and like everybody else, you have 10 minutes, and the 10 minutes belong to you. Leanne will be recording that, and we'll give you some warning. But if you want room for questions, for councillors to question you, you need to leave it within that 10 minutes.
Okay,
Thank you very much. You're on.
okay. Thank you for the chance to address you all here. I'll introduce myself a little bit more. I worked for a newspaper, the precursor of the current newspaper here, for 13 years as chief sub-editor. And I've been a Hastings residential landlord for 30 years here. And for 5 years I've been working with the Hobson's Pledge group, founded by Don Brash. And in 2015 I founded and led Hastings Against Amalgamation and helped defeat the last attempt to amalgamate councils, which I believe you're going to have another one coming along soon. And I've also just published a treaty book, which is available at a good bookstore near you. I only bring this up because we're going to be talking about the treaty in this, so it's to bolster my fact that I've actually read the treaty. Now, my submission is against setting aside 2 seats for Maori roll voters. And my main evidence on why this regional council has no need for Maori seats is the fact you already have 26 various committee members and officers plus 2 Maori councillors. The Maori councillors show that there's no impediment to Maori people to be getting onto councils. Now, I wish to congratulate Councillor Ormsby and the 4 councillors who backed her resolution last year to put this matter to a vote, because I think that is the correct way to go on an issue like this. It's a constitutional matter, and it's for the community to decide, not just the council to decide. Now, first of all, some context how the Maori seats came about. Everybody here should know that they were a short-term measure that came about in 1867 solely because at that time to vote you needed every voter, which was a male, adult male, needed to own sufficient quantity of property to vote. So because of the multiple ownership of property by Māori, many Māori men did not meet that qualifications. Therefore, a special measure was set up, Māori seats and a Māori roll set up in 1867 to enable a vote for Māori men. Now that became redundant when the property qualification was dropped in 1879, and then when women got the vote in 1893, that means that ever since then, for about 130 years, there's been no actual reason for, the original reason for setting aside Māori seats became redundant. But they have persisted, and they are spreading now into local councils. So that's the context that we're in. Now, I've been told that you've read my submission, which my submission is this one here with the blue banner, which has moving forward as one on the top, just so that you've probably got a pile of paperwork there, and so that's the one. But briefly, I said that the presence of 2 Māori councillors on this council shows that Māori can and do get elected already. The Local Government Act 2002 does not require Māori constituencies or Māori wards. And third point, citing the treaty and treaty principles and partnership are actually just weasel words to create an impression of a specific authority when no such authority actually exists. The treaty doesn't require Māori constituencies. Treaty principles don't require Māori constituencies. And where in the treaty does it talk about partnership? It doesn't. Now, the council has made no attempt to show how Māori constituencies and wards have encouraged more Māori to participate in local government. Now, this is the thing that struck me, because I've known that the Bay of Plenty Regional Council have had Māori constituencies there since 2004. And I would imagine that any council promoting Māori wards or Māori constituencies say, hey, look at this council, they've had these set up for years, and look how successful they are. Not one council has cited the Bay of Plenty example as a glowing example. And the reason why? Simple reason is because it hasn't improved Māori participation in local governments there. And in here, I showed the figures over 2010, 13 and 19 to show the different voter turnout. Now, I also reminded you that 25,000 people in 9 districts signed up for the right to vote on 9 proposals for Māori wards before that right was removed. So there's a lot of people out in the community who are interested in this issue, and so their voices are important. Now, the question, have you talked to your constituents about this matter? Is any one of you? There's several Hastings councillors here. None have approached me or sent a letter to me, or you know. So I assume you probably haven't done it to anybody else. So the thing is that I have talked to your constituents. We've sent out this flyer, and it says here, race-based seats are racist, and it points out that on this council there's 1 Hapu advisory officer, 3 Māori partnership group members, 10 iwi representatives on the regional planning committee, 12 Māori social services nominees on the Māori committee, and 2 Māori councillors. So why would you feel that Māori are not being listened to or represented here in Hawke's Bay? Now, specifically, this flyer asks for response. We've got 311 responses. That's 311, and 293 were against Māori seats on this council. Only 18 were in support. Now, the flyer was supposed to be sent to all households throughout Hawke's Bay, and no one had to reply to it, and anybody who was for Māori constituencies were freely able to send in a vote, and we only got 18, and we got 293 against. So there's a little bit of testing the water for you, some evidence here on what would possibly happen, the feeling about the issue that is being that people have out there. So there's just 6% support for Māori constituencies, 96% against, 94% against. Now, you shouldn't assume that Māori want Māori constituencies. I presented a submission to the Taranaki Regional Council just last month, and I heard a New Plymouth kaumātua there vehemently argue against Māori constituency there. And his reason was saying, well, look, I live in north of New Plymouth, and my choice of candidates would be limited. And so he was not successful in his argument, but that was the view that he presented there. Now, next issue, how many Māori roll voters in the Hawke's Bay area? I know that the claim in the discussion document that 27% of Hawke's Bay population is of Māori descent, but there's actually only 17,000 Māori roll voters in this area. And 2 Māori seats on this council would mean, for 17,000 voters, would be 8,500 voters per seat, whereas the current ratio is around 13,620 per seat with 123,000 enrolled. Now, I also note that the way that the number of Māori seats is calculated looks like a gerrymander, which is a manipulation of figures to increase the number of Māori seats. Now, I don't know whether this is correct or not, but the indicator is that because the number of Māori electors includes more than those on the Māori roll, it looks like it's a gerrymander.
Excuse me, just to let you know, you've just got a minute, just over a minute left.
Just over a minute left. Is that in the 10 minutes or in the 5 minutes?
In the 10 minutes.
In the 10 minutes, my God. Anyway, when you deliberate on this proposal, remember that I'm the Hastings landlord who wrote the treaty book, and my submission is that one there. So thank you very much. Have you any questions?
Yeah, thank you, Mike. Questions from councillors Haniwai?
Yeah, kia ora, Mike. Thank you for your submission. I just want to add to the resolution that was put in November, and that included that it was dependent on legislative change, and we know now that the amendments to the Local Electoral Act have vetoed that 5% poll. And the intention was for that, so that we could come back out to consult with the public and leave that door open if those amendments were made. The second thing is I suppose a question around your impression of the survey that you did with your flyers and the results that you had back are almost opposite to the statistics of what we've got in these submissions. So what we have is 89.32% supporting establishing Māori constituencies in Hawke's Bay and 10.32% opposing. So what's your impression with the results that are almost opposite to the flyer that was put out?
Well, I imagine you've got a lot of submissions from a lot of iwi groups in the area there. I've noticed in the Gisborne submissions, they claimed something like 90% support, but you haven't told me the number of submissions you actually got.
And she hasn't got time to. Sorry, Mike.
Okay. In Gisborne, it turned out that they had something like 19 submissions and 16 were in favour. And that's where they got this massive figure. And they didn't back down from that figure at all, even when it was pointed out to them.
Thank you, Mike. We've run out of time.
Okay.
About 1,200 responded.
So thank you very much. It was a really good submission. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Before we go to the next one, councillors, can you keep your questions short? And this is not for councillors to express their views. This is slightly offside anyway. This is for councillors to ask submissions. This is a moment that we give the public to make its submissions, and it's not for councillors to make speeches. Everyone clear on that? Thank you. Mark. Thank you very much, Mark. I guess you know the rules now. As we go, we get a lot better at this, Mark. So you heard me talk to Mike, say 10 minutes is to be used. And what we're going to do as a change is, at 1 minute, I'm going to go, that's all. Okay? It's starting now.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Hei tika kia mihi ahau ki ngā tohu o nehi o Ngāti Kahungunu me ngā hapu o te whanganui a roto. Ko Mark Cleary taku ingoa. Thank you for the opportunity to be present, and congratulations on being prepared to consider Māori constituencies for the 2020 regional election. I'm strongly in favour of Māori constituencies and urge that each of you vote yes for their adoption on the 19th of May. As a former history teacher, secondary school principal, Napier Pilot City trustee and resident of Yorohi, I believe there are numerous compelling historical, democratic, socioeconomic and environmental reasons why a yes vote is your only possible option. When Māori signed Te Tirihio Waitangi in 1840, they believed they had entered a partnership with the Crown, a partnership that entitled them to retain sovereignty, tino rangatiratanga, to gain protection from the biggest superpower in the world at the time, while continuing possession of their whenua and tonga. As you all know from having read the Ki Waitangi Tribunal documents that cover this rohi, the whānau and hapu of Ngāti Kahungunu have instead received subjugation, disenfranchisement, war and land theft. 4 things stick in my memory that illustrate that this was a conquest, not a treaty. I remember in the early 1980s, teaching at Hastings Boys High School and walking with Patrick Parsons, and he said, "Mark, read the 1873 Hawke's Bay Native Lands Alienation Commission report. This detailed how the Heretatonga block, which is largely Hastings, was removed from Māori possession to private settler ownership in the 1860s. This should be compulsory reading for all locally elected representatives, as it starkly illustrates how tangata whenua was systematically stripped not only of their land, but were denied the opportunity to share in economic prosperity." Then, 10 years later, I heard Moana Jackson at Colenso High School share his story of the pain and loss his hapu felt when the Hawke's Bay Catchment Board dynamited a rock in the Tukituki River. To the Catchment Board, the rock stood in the way of effective river management. To tangata whenua, the rock was a tangible and central link to their tūpuna. I believe Moana referred to this at the Hawke's Bay Regional Tukituki Catchment Board proposal meeting in 2014. In the 1990s, I was teaching local history at Colenso High School. I learnt the story of an island that doesn't exist anymore, Pukimokimoki. Ironically, it was within 20 years of this being an inalienable reserve guaranteed in the 1851 Ahuriri purchase. This was bulldozed, and the land and the hill was used to refill swampland, including where we sit today. This is detailed in Te Whanganui a Oroto, a report to the Waitangi Tribunal by Patrick Parsons in May 1992. Then in 2007, at the opening of the urban marae, Pukimokimoki, I recall hearing the story of Tariha's Rock, the home of Pania and her kaitiaki son Mori Mori. It's a special fishing spot for the exclusive use of the Tariha whānau. This was destroyed for harbour development purposes, work that began in 1929 and concluded just before the earthquake. This incident is well described in Dean Cowie's 1996 Rangahawa Whanui District 11B working report to the Tribunal. Without doubt, these 4 devastating events and countless others would not have happened if Māori had retained their representation at the governance table and had been able to exert their tino rangatiratanga. Despite Te Treaty being our founding document, New Zealand is rare in modern democracies and not having special governance arrangements that safeguard and guarantee key constitutional arrangements. In the United States, the Constitution guarantees states' rights. This means that every one of the 50 states elects 2 senators. Thus in Wyoming, with a population of just over 750,000, they get 2 senators. Meanwhile in California and New York, both of which you have nearly 40 million residents, get 2 senators. The United Kingdom, South Africa, Canada and Australia all have similar arrangements that ensure key constitutional interests are protected. In our democracy, only one treaty partner misses out, Māori. If the treaty is our nation's founding document, and using similar democracies around the world as the model, power sharing arrangements would be entrenched and would probably reflect your current Regional Planning Committee composition on the Council. Within this context, the current Māori constituency proposal is minor, it's small bickies. Ironically, if a two-chamber representative democracy had been established in 1840 following the treaty, population distribution would have meant that Māori would have held 88% of the seats in the House of Representatives and probably 50% in the Te Tiriti-based upper chamber. Even by 1852, when we gained self-governance, this would have meant 70% of the House of Representatives would have been Māori and 50% in the upper house. How things would have been different. The socioeconomic statistics, both nationally and across Hawke's Bay, show that our current structures have and continue to fail Māori. Across the board in education, health, justice, housing, employment, income, as a group, Māori are significantly disadvantaged. Clearly, one of our treaty partners has been and continues to be significantly shortchanged. If we are to flourish and grow in the way you detail in Matariki, the Regional Development Plan, every effort must be made to reverse these negative statistics, and inclusion and genuine power sharing is essential. Environmentally, it would be difficult to argue that the stewardship over the last 181 years has protected or enhanced our environment. Had Māori been engaged and involved, how different would things have been? Again, in 2014, at the Tuki catchment proposal hearings, Moana Jackson gave an indication of the views of Māori regarding the environment. This is a quote from the report. He told the board of the history and traditions of the Tuki River and the relationships Hapu have with it. He said the river is their lifeblood and the health and well-being of the river is the health and well-being of the people. He said all Māori along the length of the river should be consulted about the Tuki catchment proposal. So, in my view, granting Māori constituencies is not a panacea. It's a minor move. It won't significantly remedy or address the failures of 181 years. It's simple and possibly even churlish mechanism, and it doesn't reflect the intent of our founding document. However, by not adopting them, you would be sending a strong signal that will only reinforce and augment the feelings of alienation so many Māori justifiably feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Questions from councillors? No questions?
Thank you.
You were so conclusive, Mark. You stunned them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Jenny, I see you over there. Welcome. Welcome back to our table. And Jenny, I don't know whether you have 10 minutes. If you want to get questions from councillors, leave space for them, and otherwise the floor is yours.
I ngā mana, i ngā reo, i ngā kārangarangatanga, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Tēnei te mihi nui ki a koutou katoa, i runga e tēnei kaupapa, aha koe mihi poto tēnei, ko te me nui, ko te me pai. I tēnei wā nō reira, tēnā tātou katoa. Ko waio, i te tāo tōku matua, ngā toki mata whaurua, te waka, pauerua te maunga, taumarere te awa, o wharaiti te moana, ngā pui te iwi, ngā te hine rawa, ko ngā te kōpaki, ngā te ara oku hapu, o tīria rawa ko tirito oku marae, i te tāo tōku whaia, taki timu te waka, ruahine maunga nui, wai pāua rawa ko tuki ngā awa, whātuma te waiu, kahanganu te iwi, ngai te roi waho me ngai te whatu apati oku hapu. Puki hau rātou ko te whatu apati, te pairu, mataweka, waipukarau, runga tāhu, rākau tātahi oku marae, ko Jenny Nelson-Smith ahau. Kia ora. Thank you for this opportunity to present our opinions on this kaupapa. I'm speaking on behalf of the Waipukurau Community Marae, for which I am the chair of the trustee, and we are in favour, and we are asking you to vote yes to this. We are in favour of Māori constituencies, and we're asking for the whānau who have elected to be on the Māori electoral roll to be afforded the same rights for local body representation as we do national representation, the same rights. Why? We want to ensure, at minimum, whānau rights priorities and concerns are filtered, raised and advocated, unfettered and devoid of homogenised versions, driven by the pressures of representation of the populace. There are local elections in 22. I've watched over the last 50 years on elections, and the pressures on Māori who are elected in general seats is huge. And it is challenging to put voice and a filter to the very real concerns of Māori under that pressure. The marae, we're asking for transformative change. We waited for a very long time as whānau in the national representation of ourselves, from 4 seats that were born from the Rāpnahahi to today, where we have a government led with a 15-member Māori caucus and 6 who are ministers. So we've started small, we've been patient, and during that time, those ministers nationally put forward critical things around whānau and whakapapa. They put in the Māori Women's Welfare League through them, they pushed through the care of children. I think through Apirana Ngata and others, they secured what land we did have. There are over 167, at least 167 acts of legislation from 1840 to the 1900s that took away our proprietary rights on whenua. So we did, our elected members, representatives during those years focused on trying to support whānau. And here we are today with a debate on with a Māori Health Authority, Oranga Tamariki, and so forth. So affording us those rights, as per our national representation, is all we're asking for. We're asking for your yes to afford us those rights. Now, there's been a lot of discussion around population. We're a minority. It was interesting when it was mentioned about the 1867 Act. That was the conundrum of the government of that day, was that Māori, and still to this day, have a communal view of ownership. The hapu own it, the whānau own it. And so they allowed Māori who could prove they owned land, and Māori men, mind you, because women weren't allowed to vote in those days, then, that they could vote. So the first election, there was only about 100 where Māori had to switch and try to recreate a land tenure that was similar to what the government lodged then. So there's always been this conundrum on kaitiaki, but I do tell you this. Kaitiaki, I remember Bevan Tipene, who said in the Y262 hearings, when he explained to the judge what kaitiakitanga was, he said, "I am my mother's, but I don't own her. She is my mother, but I don't own her." That's a view of Māori, and it was accepted by the judge of the day as a valid representation of kaitiakitanga. I do say, coming into 2021 though, I believe it's proprietary rights. It's proprietary rights with a Māori lens, and that's why I'm asking for representation. We need that Māori lens. We need somebody that understands the journeys that we've travelled, understand the complexities of our relationships, the far reach of colonisation on all our people. We have to repatriate with the whānau and the whenua. And so that's why I'm here today asking you to seriously consider the 2 constituencies. Population is really interesting. The 5 Eyes, for which we are a member of, they're not predicated on population. The United Nations is not predicated on population. If New Zealand went up against China or India or the UK, we'd be outnumbered. We have a Treaty of Waitangi Agreement, which is a founding document and constitutionally still binding, because the treaty settlements are proof of that. So they have validity, even though the tribunals changed from 1985 through and gotten stronger. So population to me is a moot point The Treaty of Waitangi is with Māori, it is with the Indigenous people of New Zealand, and it still stacks up today. It is used for treaty claims, which have nearly all been settled in the Hawke's Bay region. So there is no other peoples involved in the treaty in New Zealand. Te reo is the first, it's a recognised language of the country. All the supporting legislation supports the Indigenous people. So I do believe that population is a moot point. If there was no treaty, we wouldn't be here today. So again, just finally, I'm asking you to afford the whānau the rights, for those that are elected and chose to elect to be on the Māori roll, to have the same rights at local representation as we do now at national representation. Kia ora.
Jenny. Questions? Martin?
Yeah, kia ora, Jenny, and thank you for your whakaaro around the issue. Am I right in reflecting back to you that the concern with Māori who are elected under the current situation, and we've got two here, are nevertheless conscious that they need to represent their wider rohi interests, whereas if you're elected under a Māori seat, you can specifically and uniquely bring that perspective to the table on all issues? Is that the nub of the reason why you support?
Well, it's interesting because I'm saying not just Māori elected, but anybody elected that sees things through a Māori lens are at risk because they need to encourage the population to support them. So Māori and non-Māori are at, those are the pressures.
Yes.
They are the pressures. Right or wrong, that's just the way it is.
We have time for one more question. Will?
Kia ora, Jenny. You just mentioned a lot about population representation. You spoke about the Waipakaro marae, and you know there's Porongahau, there's Takapau, Waipawa. But as we know, we're kind of outnumbered population-wise in Tamatea. 2 Māori seats could likely be, you know, one from Hiratonga here, one from Napier. Would that represent us well in Tamatea? And sorry, the Māori in Tamatea?
Kia ora, good question. We're patient. Māori are patient. We started off with 4 members of parliament that covered New Zealand. We had first past the post. They had huge electorates. And now we've got MMP and there's different electorates. I'm prepared for I believe whānau will make that work for them. Actually, hapu travel across and have relationships across the 36 marae in Wairoa, the 7 marae in Ahuriri, Napier, the 17 marae in Hiritonga, and the 9 marae in Central Hawke's Bay. We all whakawhanaungatanga, whakapapa predicates all that, so I think we'll be quite satisfied. I will be interested in the electees.
Thank you very much, Jenny. It
Kia
was a
ora.
very conclusive presentation. Thank you. Matt, I see you there.
Not 1, not 2, not 3. Example given is
Matt, you've been sitting there for a while, so you understand the rules. We haven't had to ding the bell, actually. Very well. So the floor is yours. You have that's full. You own the 10 minutes.
E ngā mana, e ngā reo, e ngā rauranga tira mā, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Kei ngā mana whenua o tēnei rohe, kei ngā hapu, ko Ngāti Hene moa, me Ngāti Hene pare, tai atu ki Ngāti Pārau. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Ko o tātara te maunga, ko tūtai kuri te awa, ko Waiohiki te marae, ko Ngāti Pārau te hapu, ko Tāreha te moana nui te tangata, ko Ngāti Kahungunu te iwi, ko Tākitimu te waka, ko Metmalaini tōku ingoa. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, ka huri au ki te reo tuarua i nai anei. Good morning to the councillors and members of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, Māori Committee, Regional Planning Committee and our wider community. Before I begin, I want to pay acknowledgement to yesterday marking the day in 1851 that my great-great-great-grandfather, Tāreha Te Moananui and other ahuriri rangatira invited the government to establish a settlement which is now the city of Napier. It was the first of its kind in the region, and 170 years on, I'm proud of his vision of unity, innovation and te tiriti partnership. Kua matea Tāreha ko te uri kei te ora. Tāreha has fallen, but his descendants live on. I present this submission on behalf of the Ngāti Pāro Hapu Trust. The Trust is established and mandated to represent the Ngāti Pāro Hapu of Ngāti Kahungunu. The objectives of the Trust are to uphold and enhance the mana and tino rangatiratanga of Ngāti Pāro, to support the sustainability of Waiwhaki Marae, and to support the progress of the wider region. We represent the views of approximately 700 members, and the Trust is engaged in various projects to further its own aspirations and that of the wider community. The question under consideration of the Hawke's Bay Regional Council is, do you support the establishment of Māori constituencies for the Hawke's Bay Regional Council? We do. At the outset of the submission, we wish to preface that by raising the following points. We acknowledge the diversity of perspectives in our community, and that on the issue of establishing Māori constituencies. Without the robust community consultation and the raising of critical consciousness in relation to the understanding and application of te tiriti o Waitangi, we know that understandings about this issue will inevitably vary. A wider constitutional question that consultation on establishing Māori constituencies poses is, how do we give effect and expression to te tiriti o Waitangi through local relationships in our region? Due to the constraints posed by legislation, we understand that establishing Māori constituencies does not necessarily guarantee the voting rights of mana whenua, although we note there are no obstacles to mana whenua mobilising around a particular candidate or candidates. It is our view that Māori constituencies are only one of several options considered to promote the participation of Māori in council decision-making under Te Tiriti o Waitangi, and I want to acknowledge the good work of council through the Regional Planning Committee, the Māori Committee, and partnerships with individual hapu and iwi. In preparation of this submission, there are a few relevant case studies to draw upon, although we're buoyed by a number of regional and national, regional and district councils around New Zealand to establish Māori constituencies. Although we note the Napier City Council's unilateral opposition to community consultation on Māori wards prior to the 2022 elections. We also have a councillor of Ngāti Pāro descent here, and in that regard I want to acknowledge my cousin Hene Wai, who is also the chair of Waiwhaki Marae. Thank you for the job that you do for your constituents, and we're proud that you represent us as a member of our hapu. I don't intend to traverse the legal basis. It's well made in the consultation document. Why do we support the establishment of Māori constituencies for the Hawke's Bay Regional Council? We support them for three main reasons. The first is that Māori constituencies would ensure guaranteed Māori voting representation on council to better reflect our constitutional status under Te Tiriti o Waitangi. The second, by establishing Māori constituencies, Māori electoral roll voters can elect a representative that's accountable to them and their worldview. So it really goes to the question posed by Martin just before. And thirdly, we perceive establishing Māori constituencies as an invitation by Māori to te tangata tiriti to authentically and openly learn and contribute to giving full effect and expression to te tiriti o Waitangi in our region. Let's jump into the demographic data and surrounding commentary. So Māori comprise 27% of the Hawke's Bay population, which is significantly higher than the national average of 16%. The share of Māori voters is also projected to substantially increase in the near future, given the median age for Māori in the region is just 25, which is 15 years younger than the overall region's median age. This demographic trend, coupled with the relatively high engagement of Māori voters in the region, Hastings and Napier have respectively the 6th and 8th highest representation on the Māori roll across 65 general electorate districts surveyed, suggests that the Regional Council will need to become more accountable to Māori interests, and highlights the importance of having this reflected in the makeup of the Council. And I want to acknowledge Ruben Kearney-Prata's recent Victoria University of Wellington master's thesis on the relationship between the Māori roll choice and electorate districts. Māori constituencies provide a crucial mechanism to achieve this necessary representation via the non-discretionary formula prescribed by the Local Electoral Act 2001. And we see this most evidently in Wairoa, where 48% of the voters on the Māori roll in Wairoa dictates that 3 of 6 members of the Wairoa District Council must be elected from Māori wards, and the equivalent figure for the Hawke's Bay Regional Council would be 2 of 9 members elected from Māori constituencies to match the 18% of the electorate on the Māori roll. So, in summary, the Māori population is big, it's growing, and it's highly engaged relative to other regions nationally. And all of these factors suggest that Council's growing need to reflect this, and establishing Māori constituencies provides a mechanism to achieving that. The Local Government Act provisions determines that the number of Māori members must be proportional to Māori enrolled in the electorate. It's a way to ensure that Council reflects the population. From here, I want to raise a discussion point, and my hypothesis is that the future will bring an upward trend in Māori choosing to be on the Māori roll. Why do I think that? Although there are what Papa Mason Jury describes as diverse Māori realities, observing that not all Māori have a grounding in tikanga or even grew up with positive cultural connections to te ao Māori, I think this for 3 reasons. The increasing visibility and impact of Te Tiriti o Waitangi will enable lots of Māori individuals and collectives to think innovatively about the role that they want to play in this relationship. Māori rights to tino rangatiratanga are being increasingly recognised with the establishment of an independent Māori Health Authority and the Tribunal's recent recommendations on establishing an independent Māori Transition Authority to eliminate the need for state care of tamariki Māori. And thirdly, there is a growing interest in Māori cultural identity as more individuals are repatriated to their whānau, hapu and iwi. For these reasons, I suggest that Māori will be increasingly incentivised to consider voting in alignment with our constitutional and tikanga-based values. While some Māori may never want to participate in tribal affairs, I think that more Māori will want to vote to support the aspirations of their whānau, hapu and iwi, and participating in a Māori constituency as a practical way to achieving that. And I note Councillor Ormsby's comment indicating the overwhelming support for establishing Māori constituencies. Why does this ultimately matter? It matters because I argue the establishment of Māori constituencies will become fundamental to the representation of Māori views now and in the future. This raises important te tiriti considerations about integrating Māori views in all spheres of council decision-making. This will contribute to more well-rounded, community-based, long-term decisions and outcomes. And hopefully by the presentation of this submission, I've led you to consider the overall significance of Māori constituencies for the robustness of the democratic system as a whole, and therefore for the wider electorate. On this basis, I hope most community members in this room would support the notion that what is good for Māori is good for all New Zealanders. As a suggestion, whilst we know that the Hawke's Bay Regional Council has Māori representation in its Staff Regional Planning Committee and Māori Standing Committee and the Council Board, as a suggestion, we think there could be benefit in the Hawke's Bay Regional Council undertaking a Te Tiriti o Waitangi audit to ensure its constitutional obligations are being met, risks are being appropriately managed, and to identify new areas for collaboration, partnership and decision-making. And to conclude, in summary, we have no hesitation in supporting the establishment of Māori constituencies by the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. Tēnā koutou katoa.
Matt, we have time for one quick question, Craig.
Thanks, Matt.
Leave the quick answer as
Excellent
well.
submission. Is your submission potentially 2 of the 9 existing seats be dedicated to Māori wards, or 2 in addition to the 9? Because earlier you said 2 of the 9.
Oh, sorry, yeah, so my key point about that was it needs to reflect the population, so that, yeah.
Whatever it is.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matt.
Very good submission.
Very good. Christine.
Ke te mihi, ki koutou. Hea mahana ki koutou. Te whānau e noho ana I raro o te maru o tēnei whare. Ngā mihi. First I have to stand, because my mother was always taught us, when you speak, you stand and you speak to your people. You don't sit on your backside. It's one thing she said to me growing up. So I stand and put my kōrero to you.
Thank you, Christine. You know the rules. You've got 10 minutes.
Yes, Mr.
And
Chairman.
if you want to leave anything for questions, it's within that 10 minutes. We haven't started yet, so you just tell us when you want to start.
Okay, I'd just like to say first, Mr. Chairman, that I am a bit deaf. So if someone asks me a question, just speak up so I can hear. You've all got my written submission. I have an unwritten one which I'd like everybody to hold, and I will talk to that unwritten submission. But you have all read my submission, I hope.
Yes.
And my summary will be around what's on the submission from my unwritten submission. If it's all right if my daughter passes them around to you, so you can actually hold them and see what my expression about rangatiratanga, anamotuhakitanga, and also the racist legislation that's been removed to allow us to go forward in our Māori constituencies.
All right, we're going to start.
At Māori Ward. Starting, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Right.
Now, in front of you, you have a blank sheet of paper. Okay? So on that blank sheet of paper, there's one with lines on it. Now, those lines, to me, stand for that racist legislation that's been removed, totally removed, cut, deleted. Okay? And on the other side, that's where the lines are. That's where it was written in what I understand how it's to be. And in this side, it's a clean slate. To me, it's a clean slate. My future mokopuna, my future mokotuatahi, tuarua, from the cradle to the grave, need to see change. We need to see it. We need to make it happen. Why? I'm a Māori. I'm proud to be Māori. Raised on no bread on the dirt floor. But today is a special day because we're going to create a clean slate on the Hawke's Bay Regional District Council. This, the submission that I put forward was around really, it just was done in such a hurry, and that's the way, because I was frightened I might miss out on even getting here today. But I put that submission in on those really, those two issues, the removal of that legislation, the creation of a new slate, and I totally support 3 of Matt's tono that he put there regarding his journey for the happenings of the Māori constituencies. And I want to add one to that, and I want to add a 4th one, and that our future mokopuna get to be the new generations down the track, and they're all sitting here in unity. Tangata whenua are ready. Believe it, they're ready. Mr. Chairman, that's about all I got to say. It was short and sweet. Put my message, that's it. Mauri ora.
Great.
So we have time for questions. Thank you very much. You can stay right. You can sit down if you like. You don't. So we have some questions from councillors. From our talented. Oh, Martin.
Yeah, well, look, kia ora, Christine, and again, thank you for your submission. And this is a very effective, can I say, advocacy technique you've employed here. This is something we'll really remember, and the opportunity that this challenge presents to us is something that we must take away. So thank you for that. But it's really a similar question to that which I put to Jenny earlier, is that do you see Māori seats as a way of overcoming the frustration you express in your submission at watching the Māori voice around this table get diluted or get displaced or just not get traction on the concerns being brought to it? Do you see this Māori seats being a solution to that, or do you think it will work to that?
I see the Māori seats as a partnership at the table, not around the table. It's as clear as I can make it.
Martin, thank you.
Question to you, Christine. You came along here with a blank piece of paper, and someone else has come along here with a harsh, angry piece of paper with racist on it. How do people see you as some person trying to wreck New Zealand's constitutional arrangements? You don't seem to be the person who's wanting to do that at all, are you?
To do what, sir?
People come along and portray this push for getting Māori seats as a breach of their constitutional rights. And the people who argue that, one of them turned up today with an angry piece of paper with racist and all hard words on. You turn up with a blank piece of paper. How do people perceive you? How can they perceive someone like you as trying to wreck New Zealand's constitutional arrangements?
Well,
I just find it impossible. You're
I
the
don't-
hardest gentlest person I've seen so far today.
I really don't think it's my problem.
It's true.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Are there any more questions from councillors? Otherwise, thank you very much, Christine, and thank you for your daughter for coming along as well.
Kia ora.
and support.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Thank you.
I love a bit of humour.
Kelly Jessup.
Tū mai rā te rangatiratanga o te wānei e, kua tae mai nei, te whakapuna o puki tangi ore e tuaki nei o rau rangatira mā, me te hapu e noho ana ki te tautoko, te kaupapa o te rā nei e. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Welcome, Kelly. Well, you've been sitting there for a while, so you know you have the 10 minutes, and if you want to leave a bit of space for councillors to question you, leave a bit of space. Otherwise, the 10 minutes belong to you. The floor is yours.
First of all, I'd just like to acknowledge that 10 minutes is not enough time to justify tino kaupapa like today. But I'll do my best. I'd like to take you on a journey called Kelly Jessup Ahau. I come from a long line of rangatira. Don't I, Rex? You know me. But I'd also like to acknowledge that it is time for Māori to stand or sit as an equal partner at this table. For too long we have waited to have this opportunity, and we have lost a lot of good people along the way to get here. And just like Matt and all the previous speakers that have brought up this kaupapa, we are here for our mokopuna and ourselves, because it's long overdue. I'd just like to go over the process, because it sort of was stacked against us again. And when I went to the meeting at the Tai Whenua to ask how come we weren't going to be given the privilege of coming to the marae, you coming to the marae, to talk to us about this process, because it is a history-making thing, kaupapa, that we are establishing. The wards, the right for Māori to speak, the right for us to kaitiaki tanga over our awa, over our te ao Māori. So we have waited a long time, but the treaty needs to be honoured in a partnership way. And I'm proud to be standing here today, or sitting. I just acknowledge Christine, I was taught to stand too. But I had to do that karanga to whakawātia what the kaupapa means to us as Māori. Means a lot. Whakanuia. So I hope that the power that you have in you comes around to Māori, comes to us, because we need that parity at the table. We've heard about the population and how Māori is going to be growing, and believe me, our young ones are growing faster in both worlds. So we need that opportunity to be heard, to be acknowledged. Our reo needs to be acknowledged, but you have that power to honour us as an equal partner. Nō reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you, Kelly. Councillors, do you have questions? Just one, I've forbidden councillors to make comments, Kelly, but I'm going to make one myself, because we've got a lot of people.
Can I open the door?
Settle down. and your comment that 10 minutes, we all feel that, but we just have this enormous list of people that want to make submissions. So we all know that 10 minutes is short, but it's just what it is, I'm sorry. Questions from councillors?
Comment accepted.
No questions? Thank you very much. You must have won their hearts. Have you got anything else you want to say? Because you have a bit of time.
Yes, I do have a bit of time, so I might as well make the most of it.
Yes.
Sure.
I know that we salute Nanaya for having this opportunity to go ahead and do this, but I'm just looking at the timeline, so, and your processes, I'm not familiar with them. So after you have collated all these submissions, what is the process after that? Sorry, I just need to know because...
We vote.
Passion.
9 councillors vote.
What day? On the 19th?
On the 19th.
19th.
Which will, if the vote is a positive one, will allow us to have Maori seats by the next election.
I wait with bated breath.
Turn up on the 19th, it'd be a good day.
Be a good day on the 19th. Thank you very much.
Kia ora.
Now we have Diane is coming in on Zoom. Is not sure whether she's connected yet. 10:25. So it's a while. I see Heather's here. Heather, are you ready to go? Can you come in a bit early? You look like you're ready. Your husband can join you if the. Thank you, Heather. So you know the deal. We have 10 minutes each, and if you want to leave time for councillors, but a very big welcome to you here today. Kind of.
O tuatahi me mihi ki tō tātou nei matuinu I te rangi, nō reira e ka tēnā koe. Ki ngā mate o te wā, haere, haere, haere. Kia tātou, te honga ora, tēnā rā tātou katoa. So I'm encouraged today that this room is currently packed. Although you may not see, I have hundreds of tupuna that are packing these rafters here today. Today is about reclaiming our right to sit at the table, this table, as Māori, as tangata whenua, where whakapapa always comes first and politics second. The continued breaches of Te Tiriti o Waitangi have to stop. You are obligated as representatives of the Crown to uphold the treaty, irrespective of your race. The treaty is an agreement by the Crown and Māori, not Crown and Pākehā and other, and the odd opportunity with Māori. As the Crown, you represent everyone else but Māori. And I will say again, you represent everyone else but Māori. Firstly, I want to air my dissatisfaction to you all in regards to the literature that you compose for community consultation. The literature composed had very little mention of the other treaty partner, and I will remind you again, they are Māori. In fact, the part where Māori did get a mention, the title read, "Isn't it racist to have separate Māori councillors?" Oh, where te mamai? That header incites racism and enraged Māori and non-Māori. Another title in your literature read, "What is this flyer I have received in the mail? Does this support Māori constituencies?" The flyer references Hobson's pledge, the Kai Kiri, the nation's biggest racist gang. Why would you give a gang of such sorts a way more positive mention than your treaty partner? Māori. You said the reason you didn't pass the vote last year was you wanted to consult with the community. I went to one of your scheduled consultation hui, and only 3 of you were there. In Te Ao Māori, consultation means kanohi ki te kanohi. If you are not there, that is insultation. Council staff led the consultation. Even though some of you were there, they answered questions posed to you on your behalf. The last part of the detail in the literature I wish to talk about is that of the quantification of Māori population within the Hawke's Bay region. It read a number of things, but one thing that stood out for me was the 27% population of Māori. I want to strongly state to you all that when Te Tiriti o Waitangi was signed, it did not state, and I repeat, it did not state that should our population numbers decline, so too should our rights and interests. Yet here you are quantifying our rights and interests by consulting with non-Māori. Kua tai te wā, it is time. In today's world, everything is discoverable, not just now, but even more so in the future. Today will become history. What do you want to be discovered for by our future generations? The councillor that upheld the treaty, or the councillor that made Māori wait 185 years? It's something you all need to ponder on. What do you want to be discovered for by future generations? The status quo is not an option for us Māori. We are past advisory. We were promised mana orite, the same equal rights as the Crown. There is talk of legislation being flawed. Yes, that is correct. However, we cannot wait. We need to act now, then work from there. How long did it take us to get here to talk today? 181 years. Don't make us wait 185 years. Mana whenua is about giving mana to the whenua. Yet I think about how you continue to give mana to a non-tangata whenua. And as a result, my whānau in Bridge Pa have been starved of wai. Karawa, kuia, Pākeke, tamariki and mokopuna, all starved of water, of intergenerational whakapapa as their awa became still, and they are starved of one of life's essentials. The unintended consequence, or intended, is so too, could our whakapapa. Māwiwi whenua, māwiwi tangata. When the land is unwell, so will the people. Your intentions can only be transactional, sadly profit over people. Today, I proudly wore this tihati. This tihati was designed by a great iwi leader, Tamaiti. My intention is to remind you all of a time when the Crown tried to silence us by not allowing us to speak in our native tongue, which had an effect on our whakapapa, on our mātauranga, and on us as tangata whenua. This tihati is a reminder to you all of how the entity that you all represent tried to silence Māori and remove everything that makes us who we are. So in my closing remarks, will you all too repeat history and try to silence us by not allowing us our rights and interests as promised under Te Tiriti? Seats at this very table. Te Tiriti o Waitangi needs to be at the tip of your tongues and at the forefront of your minds, reminding you all when Te Tiriti o Waitangi was signed, it did not state, I repeat, it did not state that should our population numbers decline, so too will our rights and interests. And saying that, do not quantify our rights and interests. Your decisions could be momentous or a monstrosity. But I want to be clear on one thing. We will not be silenced. Ko te ihu, ko te rai, tikina hauhia te rongo. With the breath of life and the brow of knowledge, peace to all mankind. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Heather. Thank you very much. Questions from councillors? We'll start with Heniwa, I think.
It's more of a tono, so not quite a pātai. Is that allowed?
Go
on. Kia ora hira, tēnā koe mō tō kōrero. I just maybe offer a tono because I hear some of the disappointment with the process that, you know, you probably would like some of those questions to be answered. And I think there's a time and a place for that. So maybe if I can extend a tono for you to catch up with Pere at some stage to answer some of those questions, because I think they're valid, but I think there's some good reasoning behind it, just so that you don't feel too disappointed for too long about those. Kapai?
Can I ask to extend that tono to councillors, because it is you who make the decision for us whether we
Answer
have...
some of these pātai?
Yeah, and I'm happy to do that at another time to sit with some of the councillors.
Thank you, Martin.
Yeah, kia ora, Heather. Equally, can you just please understand that at the Tai Whenua meeting, I felt my role was to whakarongo kari te kōrero. In other words, there's only one word you need me to say at the end of this. But my question is this. You said that we dilute the voice of Māori by consulting with non-Māori. Would you accept that a purpose of engagement is to inform and to educate the broader public? And do you see a role of educating and informing around this issue to non-Māori as an important part of this process or not?
Well, I think when you inform, you ask people to honour and uphold the treaty. That is the first part of informing. And if we as a council are not informing people first and foremost about Te Tiriti o Waitangi, then again it's insultation instead of consultation.
One quick last question, if anyone has one. Craig?
Thanks, Heather. Thanks. I just acknowledge the your submission, just what you've said. I've just absorbed all of that, and I'm just very, very, very moved by your submission. Thank you.
You don't have a question, Craig. You snuck that in.
I snuck that in because you cut me off.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you very much. It was a great submission. Thank you very much. Kia ora. Well, it's too early for Diane to talk. Carol, is Carol here?
Carol Grant.
Oh, she's here.
Oh, is Diane is on Zoom, is she?
Sorry?
Welcome, Diane. Thank you. Are you happy to go on a little bit early? Right, like now? Can you hear us all right? Perhaps if you could...
Kia ora, yes, I can hear you.
Oh, thank you very much. So, Diane, the rules are you have 10 minutes, and if you want to leave time for councillors to ask any questions, you have to do it within that framework of 10 minutes, which is sometimes difficult, sometimes not. So, the floor is yours, and we'll let you know when you've got a minute to go. So thank you very much for joining us on Zoom. We greatly appreciate it. And the floor is now yours. You ready to go? Maybe she can't hear me. Just hold. Are you okay, Diane?
Oh, yes, can you hear me? I just had a bit of feedback.
Oh, yeah, we can hear you clearly.
Oh, kia ora.
The floor is now yours.
Tēnā koutou katoa e te whānau ko kaunihira ārohe o te mātaua Māori. Nā mihi nui ki a koutou I tēnei wā. Ko rua hene tōku maunga tapu, ko waipāwa tōku awa, ko mataweka tōku marae, ko taki timu tōku waka, ko Ngāti Kahungunu tōku iwi, ko Diane Smith tōku ingoa. Tēnā koutou. Thank you to the Hawke's Bay Regional Council for this opportunity to present today, and a special ngā mihi nui to all the previous presenters. I've been listening since the hui started this morning. So I'd like to acknowledge everybody that has presented today, and also a special kia ora and thank you to Will, our Central Hawke's Bay District representative on the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. Just to share with you, Will's social media updates have been invaluable for whānau in Central Hawke's Bay because they're easy, effective communication, lines, and this keeps the CHB whānau updated with the Hawke's Bay Regional Council activities and events, and they're simplistic enough for people to understand what's going on within the realms of a council table. So kia ora, thank you, Will.
Kia ora, Diane.
So today I make a submission on behalf of our hapu from Matawika Marae and Waipawa. We're a small hapu, but we have been functional for many, many generations, and we will continue to do so. We wholeheartedly support the establishment of Māori constituencies in the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. The current political environment is changing, and it's beginning to show a willingness in recognising Māori as te tiriti or Waitangi partners. Te tiriti was never honoured in the way Māori envisaged, hence they became excluded. Presently across the nation, our contemporary decision makers are taking the opportunity to begin the process of inclusiveness of Māori, and therefore we support the Hawke's Bay Regional Council to continue to follow the decision makers in our government and recognise the principle of partnership and establish Māori constituencies. Tangata whenua must be given back their voice at the decision-making table of which they have been absent from for so long, as Māori are the Indigenous people of this country. The Hawke's Bay Regional Council, along with our other Hawke's Bay District Councils, have the opportunity to be recognised as nationwide leaders who are ready to embrace change and are willing to form collaborative working partnerships with Māori, and the time for change is now. With the likely Resource Management Act repeal, there is every likelihood that the new Act will give more effect to the principles of te tiriti o Waitangi. Therefore, in the future, I see that Māori constituencies will be the normative. Māori possess unique mātauranga or knowledge systems regarding the environment and its natural world. Therefore, a maturing of trust will encourage a sharing of knowledge. It will create positive and collaborative partnerships and will give a balance of power by enabling Māori to sit at the decision-making table. This is a way forward. Therefore, we support the vote for Māori constituencies at the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Kia ora.
Thank you very much, Diane. Councillors, questions?
It is a question.
It is a question this time anyway. Thank you.
Kia ora, Diane. Ko Hinewai Ormsby tēnei. Tēnei te mihi ki a koe. This is a question that Councillor Will Foley asked earlier to Jenny Nelson-Smith. And the partai was around if we do create 2 Māori seats, and when we look at where the hotspots, I suppose, of Māori role voters being in Hastings and Napier compared to Central Hawke's Bay and Wairoa, how would you feel, and would you still support the establishment of these constituencies, knowing that whoever you may vote for as a Māori role voter might not be from your rohe?
Yeah, I listened to Jenny, and I will back up what she said, that whakawhanaungatanga across our rohe. We obviously have those whakapapa relationships, and I don't think for us in Tamatea it matters whoever the representative may be. Obviously, we have those links and those relationships, and it's up to us to ensure that we have good, strong relationships with whoever the representative may be.
Kia ora.
Craig, do you have your hand up?
No, I just wanted to see the screen.
Oh,
He's pushing me out the road.
Oh, he's been pushing you out the road.
He's been pushing all day.
Yeah. Any other questions from councillors? Tēnā te whenua? No questions. Thank you, Diane. Thank you for taking the time to join us today from
Thank you.
Zoom. We greatly appreciate it. Thank you very much for your submission. You on? Yeah. Well, you've been sitting there for some time, so you know you've got 10 minutes. The 10 minutes belong to you.
Yeah, I don't like being patronised. We have had 180 years of putting up with it. So 10 minutes is not enough time.
I'm sorry, but that is the time.
Well, I say I got enough time because it's early.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, if you keep quiet, I can carry on.
Well, I'm not. No, just a second. Just a second. I haven't clicked the time yet, but you have 10 minutes and it's
Ko
not
haura ki te maunga, ko Ngāti Kapikapi te hapu, ko Mohaka te awa, ko Takitumi te waka. Now, there are 4 parts to my submission. One is by Moana Jackson. Second part is what are Māori wards. The third part is David Seymour from the ACT Party, one of the biggest racists going. And the fourth part is Hobson Pledge, Don Brash, the biggest racist in the country. Now, Moana Jackson, understanding racism in this country. So once again, racism has been in the news in the last few months. The numerous examples that have become public have become almost as tiresome as they have been offensive. Whether it has been some aging Pākehā man, being literally Māori, and being given media coverage as a misguided expression of press freedom, or a shop owner selling gollywogs because the customers like them. The ridicule of racism has been sprouting everywhere like some noxious weed that never seems to die. It's heartening that the worst cases have been condemned by many people on social media and elsewhere, but even the most genuine and angry criticism seems to have had little effect. And it's sadly almost certain that sometime soon another racist weed will burst forth somewhere else. It's not being cynical to make such a prediction, rather it's simply to acknowledge that racism as an ideology and a practice is deeply embedded in the history of this country, and that is still too often misunderstood or divorced from the colonisation which spawned and sustained it. Wherever Indigenous peoples have been dispossessed, in Africa or Australia or the Americas and Aotearoa, racism has been a constant presence through which the colonisers compounded other ancient prejudices such as sexism and classism. It has, sorry, I gotta get this right. It has been the hate speech which enabled the states of Europe to justify killing and subjugating millions of people, and it has been expressed in everything from the depictions of lesser breeds that were half-devil and half-child, to self-serving lies about indigenous societies lacking the capacity to govern themselves. Like all of the ideas that have been used to justify colonisation, racism developed over time to a complex and uniquely European history in which the normal curiosity people have about the different and unknown was morphed into a patronising determination to equate difference with inferiority. At its most perverse, it's corrupted reason to seek proof of the inferiority. At its most dangerous, it strips away human dignity with no thought for the hurt that it caused. The origins of many of those ideas are well known and are often rejected with embarrassment or a smug claim that things are different now. Yet the ideas themselves linger still in the dark recesses of every colonising country, and reflect the fact that when European states were colonising all over the world, racism had become their new normal. The bodies of radicalised other became chattels to be enslaved and lab rats to be dissected and measured and experimented upon. Forlorn samples of pickled indigenous brains were scanned as goals were measured, as psychoscientists justify the European will to dispose by inventing rationalisations about an indigenous lack of intelligence and even an inability to appreciate the sublime. Navigators and ethnographers and missionaries and colonising politicians all contributed to an increasing radicalised archive in which the indigenous people became warrior races born to kill and fight, or romantic innocents and noble savages running around naked and saying prayers all day. Often the ideas were installed in a various chains of being in which white Europeans were ensconced in blended isolation at the top, and other coloured people were placed at lower levels in a kind of inferiority rainbow. The yellow Asians were recognised as heritage civilization, but kept being pushed down because they were deemed to be treacherous and spoke a language that one scientist called a squabbling babble. The red and brown Native Americans and Polynesians were lower still because they were regarded as savage and promiscuous and less intelligent, while the blacks of Africa were described as the lowest because of their ugliness and overall incompetence. Sometimes a few oppressed Europeans, such as the Jews, were added to the ladder and defined as a darker shade of pale. When the Nazis turned their colonising gaze on their European neighbours and carried racism to an obscenely logical conclusion. The Jews were then, of course, defined as an irredeemable group of Untermensch or subhumans who deserved to die. These examples of racism were derived from animosity towards or feeble longing for the indigenous body and are tedious and painful to revisit. Yet they became the foundations of colonisation here as they were everywhere else. When Alston Bear said uncivilised folks such as our Māori may not do any great amount of thinking, he was merely stating what every coloniser had learned about indigenous incapacity. And when the Colonial Office told Governor Hobson that Māori did not have real sovereignty because we only lived in pretty tribes, was simply expressing his racism as a matter of fact. Perhaps more importantly, the many grotesque images which racism created are the unacknowledged drivers behind the most recent outbursts. Those who are willing to see gollywogs as racist are drawing in on the old images of black people as ugly and objects of ridicule. In the restaurant owners and customers who think it's funny to mock Asian languages in the media are perpetuating belittling images of Asians as squawking arrogant who should be taken seriously. More generally, this racism of the body is a racism which surfaces in the profiling of young Māori as potential shoplifters because they look criminal and in the lower expectations that some teachers have of Māori children, which reflects deeply hidden but very real perceptions that our tamariki are less capable. Because it's a concept that has bred a familiarity that is alluring and persuasive, it also creates a callous disregard in people who might not ordinarily see themselves as racist. Those who rush to patronise a restaurant challenged for its racist menu were either unwillingly or unable to see the offence that was being caused. And those who continue to walk down the track of Gulch and into Te Mata Peak after it was closed, even though they knew of the offence in anger the original racist act had caused, just didn't seem to care. Their indifference mirrored that of the denial of racism which regularly surfaces in attacks on the Reo and a treaty and even an excuse for satire. Such blatant expressions of racism are easy to identify, but colonisation also grew out of and bred another type of racism, based on the belief that the values and institutions of the colonisers were somehow inherently better than others. Thus, whenever colonisers enter indigenous jurisdiction, they always dismiss the political and constitutional structures which were already there, and replace them with their own. In the process, they not only asserted the superiority of their systems, but declared that they were universal and normal as well. What had been forged in the Pacific cultural and historical context of England or France suddenly became so culture-free and raceless that a colonial governor could competently assert that the English way of doing things simply existed in an independently supreme condition. With that arrogant confidence, the colonisers are actually privileged.
I'm sorry.
European places
I'm sorry,
where
but you have gone over your time.
The races inherent in their privileging.
And I do have a question for you.
To be neutral. Today is simply seen as a reality rather than an imposition.
Chairman, it's not helpful to
and it is
hearing
really
to have Moana Jackson
not
read to us on
acknowledged in
racism. This is
discussion
the
about
topic.
racism. People may talk about
I'm sorry, but you
institutionalised
need to
racism,
stop.
but the criticism is usually targeted at the way a particular government agency may act in an individual case rather than the racist grounding of the institution itself. Instead, the institutions are simply seen as unchallengeable and unchangeable reality, and are then defended by some people alleging that any possible Māori alternative
I'm breaking for morning tea.
separatism or a case of Māori seeking special privileges. In the light of history, there's a strange hypocrisy in such allegations when all Māori are trying. Typical racist, biggest, walk out.
No.
In the light of history, there's a strange hypocrisy in such allegations when all Māori are trying to do is to address the real privileges, which the coloniser established through our disposition.
I'm breaking for morning tea.
Carry on, racist bigot, carry on. If the profile and ridicule that derive from ancient contempt for an indigenous character can cause a physical despair, the racist privileging of colonisation persists
All the submitters, the verbal submitters have a time frame of 10 minutes, and if you wish councillors to ask you questions, you have to do it in slightly less than that, and otherwise the whole 10 minutes belongs to you. Thank you very much.
Kei hea ko ia te tipunga o te tangata, kei te rangi hikiti, kei te rangi hapai, kei te heke ngā wai, kei a rangi nui e tūnei, kei a papa e takoto nei. Hei au e ha, ko tamate a nganguru nei. Hei au e ha, ko here taunga e nganguru nei. Hei au e ha, ko ahuriri e nganguru nei. Hei au e ha, hei. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Table of Influence, greetings, Mr. Chair. Tēnā koe. My name is Thompson Rāti Mahokianga. I have European ancestry that includes sea voyaging genealogical ties. My paternal great-great-great-grandfather was the famous German boat builder, Friedrich Adolphus Henrici, who was responsible for building ships for Māori and the early settlers throughout the country. And he married a woman by the name of Ropini Hinemari of Ngāti Pahauwera. My maternal great-great-great-grandfather was Robert William Edwards, the station master at the Pō Tōtaranui whaling station at Cape Kidnappers. And he married a wahine, Pū Maharata of Ngāti Whakaiti. So you see, my fellow people of European descent, I am more than adequately equipped with European DNA to provide a European lens and support for the Māori constituencies. To those that are unsure about the Māori wards or who are sitting on the fence, the idea that Māori don't have our region's best interest in our heart is only in our European minds. Māori only want to protect their interests from being disrespected in their practices, to protect their knowledge and resources from being misappropriated. We can avoid these things by ensuring a robust relationship between decision makers and Māori communities like Hapu and Marae is a direct relationship and is a long-lasting relationship. We will be a step closer through the establishment of Māori wards, and our region will be less likely to have experiences of the breaches of the treaty and the breaches of fundamental rights to natural resources. Hapu have been a part of the here taonga, ahuriri, and tamatea landscape for hundreds of years, spanning many, many generations. And guess what? They aren't about to vacate anytime soon. The Hapu and Marae are embedded into the design of the land, but yet aren't given an equitable opportunity to prove that their way of doing things can and will lead to better economic outcomes. This does not mean that non-Māori can't adopt the ways of Indigenous knowing. I invite our region to try. Just give it a try. What have we got to lose? Māori have been subjected to the system's way of doing things for the last 180 plus years. As long as Māori continue to live subserviently in the shadows and machinery of these institutions, like our councils, then we choose to perpetuate the system of colonisation that says Māori are incapable of making good decisions for themselves, let alone for our region. Give Māori an equitable chance. Don't fence them in any more than they already are. If you are processing these words as unsettling, then that has been the reality for Hapu and Marae for the last 180 plus years. As I transition out of my European views and into my truth in the image of my tupuna Māori, I need to be clear that my Indigenous identity is tied to ancestral memory, bloodlines, not blood quantum. I am here clearly to speak to my submission in support of the Māori constituencies. Nō reira ka tūpau taku rai, ki te riu tapu oku tūpuna, te kā wai heke heke o ngā tikere, te rangi koianake, Ngāti Manawakawa, Ngāti Rahunga i te rangi, Ngāti Tū, Ngāti Pahauera, Ngāti Rākai Pāka. Our people seek salvation in a system which was constructed to oppress us. When we are even having to go through this process of begging for Māori seats, highlights that this system is built on the foundations of imperialism. This is a system that doesn't always reward those who tell the truth, but rewards those that have the power to create their own. There are intergenerational lies which have led to the near death of our language, the decimation of our Māori social functionality, and the creation of an underclass of landless, waterless, and voiceless minorities. Māori have long been the shock absorber of the New Zealand economy. Generally, we're the last in and the first out. Māori constituencies will be a step further to ensure the voices of Māori are represented, and the decisions that the Hawke's Bay Regional Council make will include the Māori worldview. I'm a descendant of Mangaro Marae, and our experiences with Regional Council actioning their promises has been disturbing. These broken promises are now intergenerational disregard for the well-being of our people and the fundamental human rights to our waterways has been disrespectfully trampled. Absolutely, we need a fairer, more equitable representation of those making decisions on our behalf. I also believe that Regional Council and any other council throughout this land will benefit hugely with the inclusion of Māori constituencies that offer mātauranga Māori through a hapu and marae lens. At a recent marae hui that involved Regional Council, there were 3 words that were cast: power, authority, and control. Also stated near the end of that hui was, it's something your marae doesn't have. As a recently elected member of the New Zealand Māori Council, I'm here today on behalf of my whānau supporting me to tell you that we will vibrantly echo the voices of our whānau, of our hapu and our marae through these corridors of power. But I must commend the Regional Council for arriving at this point in the support of the Māori constituencies. I say these words courageously and unapologetically. And to our whānau that are here listening and clothe these corridors with the DNA of our tupuna, te nā koutou, te nā koutou. A tēnā tātou.
Te tātai tanga ngā tira hunga I te rangi
Ko kahu ono, ko kahu kura noe, ko raka hikura, ko tae whakota, ka hako hika wera ka moa, ia hine te moa. Ko puta ko te whatui o piti e! Ko te wawahanga o te rangi, ko te rangi ka whiua, ko te rahunga I te rangi, ko tā karo, ko tuturu o te rangi, ko te rahunga I te rangi, te tuarua. Ko puta ko te kotorua, nāna ko mātā, te whare mata, ko tā raipine a karana, keri ana ka mai, a te iwi e rueti. Ko puta ko ngati o hunga I te rangi e tūrei. E koko ia iara e!
Tūrau pārea, tūrau Hawaiki. Where?
Thank you, Thompson and Elena and your family. That was a very powerful submission and I really appreciate it. Only could come from your whānau. Thank you.
I take it there was no time for
No,
Pātai?
we used the 10 minutes. Okay.
Negatives about that.
Frederick, are you here?
Oh, I'll just pop out.
Surely.
We're either going to roll or roll.
I'm in character. Ask the chair.
So the Huatas themselves. Getting hot in here.
Right.
Literally.
Yeah, that would be good. Welcome, Frederick. You're straight on, mate.
What?
Welcome again, Frederick. Good to see you again and your wife. The rules of engagement, which some people aren't that happy with, not everyone, nobody's happy with, is that submitters have 10 minutes. We've got such a lot of submitters to get through. And if you want councillors to ask questions, you have to try and do it within that 10 minutes. So we look forward to your submission. Thank you very much. Just hold a minute, just hold, and I'll tell you when to go. Okay.
Time is of the essence, my project is here as my goal, and to put in place he waka te mātou a Māori e kanoa. And this is for everyone to embark and cut in short, and there's notes here you can read through. Just about myself and my wife and I, this project had influenced me to go to EIT to be qualified for my constructive designs, arts and designs. So I got my bachelor degree in creative practices. So it just drove me towards this project here to help our whenua e Rahuriri there. And there's some history there that goes on with, I'm being, now I've finished my degree, I'm now doing putting a PowerPoint to present to iwi and to hapu or mana ahuriri. So there's a lot that's involved in the way where we know it comes from the maunga to our awa and to our moana. And it's interesting now that technologies today that's happening. I've learned at EIT that how we can recycle the wai, the ocean, and also to bring health water back into our whenua. So there's a lot there that I like to be a part of. Yeah. Just a glance over any questions, and if on the paper there you'd like to ask me, what may help me better.
Do you wish to go to questions now, do you?
Yes, please.
Are there any questions?
I've got a question.
Rick?
Oh, good.
Martin.
Frederick, thank you for being here today and the time taken to prepare this. The vision you shared for the Ahiriri Te Whanganui Aotearoa at the long-term plan hearings, how do you see Māori seats in particular as being a way to promote that vision being realised?
It's very important for our iwi hapu and also our community to be involved in it, and that to have our Māori seats there as be influencing to encourage Māori to get out of the poverty that's around about us now, to help us encourage us to better ourselves, even to work towards the education that's available here, and even up to Te Rāwhiti, to Wairoa. And so did that answer the question? So it's very important that we are on those boards and to be a part of.
Rick?
Could just ask you, some people seem to think that having Māori wards, Māori at the table for decision making will somehow wreck the place. What do you say to them? Do you say that the treaty brings us together rather than divides us, that we're all better in this together? Or?
Yes, I understand what you're saying, and where we need a lot of signposts, not just posts to say no fishing, no gathering food here. We need a communication to connect our whānau, the rangatahi community to these places where they are preserved and for recreation and for beauty in the natural environment. So that's why I say it's to help those in need. And a lot of our people have passed on and gone to disability stages, even such as myself, to be a part of it, still be a part of the whenua and the rehabilitation of this project.
Very good.
Craig?
Thank you. Can you please explain a bit more to me, excuse me for lack of understanding, and my pronunciation, whangaparoa?
Yes, whangaparoa, yes, just like a Māori breed.
Yeah, but picking up the connection with the land, the environment,
yes.
and what you're saying there. Could you just expand on that a wee bit, please?
Yes, well, my father taught me that history here. There was no flags known throughout Aotearoa. There was only one flag that used to fly at the whangaparoa for the fishermen, and they were out on the sea, on the water, and not till everyone was back then, that flag came down. That's why it was preserved as recognised as a waka landing for the people and to feed the iwi. Of course, many tribes came here, and hapu came here at that time.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Any further questions? Anyway?
I'll layer it. Well, tēnei te mihi kia koe, Frederick. Thank you for coming and spending the morning with us. So my partai is you obviously support the establishment of Māori constituencies for the 22 elections.
Right.
Would you recommend to us, because we have a few options of how that may look, whether it be keeping the 9 current councillors plus 2 possible Māori seats, or another option is 7 and 2. So do you have any thought around that?
Yes, I do. It's well, it's a new era, it's a new world now, and we got to make do what's left from the old world. And to me, it's an equal balance for me. You got to maintain the balance in all things now, and that's what I learned in my art. is that you've got to have a balance of your work. Just can't just paint a big picture and say this is it, you know, on the table. No, it's more than that, and there's a lot of things that need to be balanced up, and that's where qualified educational people are a benefit to these things. People who've done science research and people who've hold those taonga, you know, and worked, and it's happening throughout the whole world now, that people are out there how to renew these resources that are here to better them. So it's a balance for me.
Frederick, any other questions? Do you want to wind us up? You've got some time left.
Oh, kia ora.
You'll refill.
Nā mihi te aroha. Ko te me tuatahi he atua ihu praiti. And also, for my heart, I like to enhance our iwi and hapua here today, and being a part of this legacy, part of our tipuna that have been here in the past, and to help encourage all to work together. So nō reira, koutou katoa, ngā mihi te aroha, and I'm grateful that you heard the pānui today. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Frederick, and thank you to you and to your wife as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Is Karatiana here?
Yep, he's here.
Oh, welcome, Karatiana.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Nā mihi kia koutou. Mōrena katoa. Ko Karatiana Aranui Tako Ingo. So my name's Karatiana Aranui, and I live in Maraenui and have done so for 50-something years. So my parents came in the early 60s, as a lot of Māori people did, into town looking for work, and bought a house there and have become part of the Ahuriri community. They lived in a different time. My message is just quite clear and simple. The time for change is now, and the reason we should do it is because it's the right thing to do. Before I start, I'd like to mihi to Napier. What a beautiful, peaceful, abundant place we live in. When we look around the world, we see problems, not of the people's makings, but they face challenges that we have really no idea about in Napier. So let's start on a positive note. We live here in a beautiful place. All we want, I come here as a sick man. I have an itch and you can itch it. You can solve it for me. The itch is we need representation on the councils as a right, not as a favour. Democracy works if you're in the majority. Democracy becomes a burden when you're in the minority. The itch that I had, in 1985 I was playing rugby with Graham Wigg and Danny Burke, a Pākehā and a Māori, talking together about how life, we envisaged life to be. Now I look 35 years down the line and I wonder how close we were. We thought it would be a blended community. It is to an extent. We thought that different views would be represented on the council. It is to a point. What I'm saying is that we need to see a world view of Māori on these councils. We need to see an understanding of how we view the world in collaboration with other races. Is it a racial thing? To a point it is. You know, I read some books. Parakira Horomia was our Māori minister, I think when you were in Parliament. He was always a kind, gentle man. Some of us don't have that kindness or that gentleness. However, we mellowed with age. He always believed we could work together. I think it's a great honour you fellas have got. This is a moment in time. There are big moments when you're an individual. when you have your first child, when you buy your first house, when you become whatever job you choose to do. On a societal level, this is a major moment. A lot of us are going to be passed away in 20 years. You have a great honour to dictate what's going to happen 20 years when we're gone. You're going to be under pressure. I happened to push the wrong radio station on the way up here, and there's a lot of flack about this sort of thing going on. But you must stand tall. As Aparana Nata said, we must go to war to pay the price of citizenship. My message is we've paid the price. We just want part of what we're due. Not greed, just what we're due, in collaboration with the other races. It's your moment in time. Are you strong enough to grab it? In our natural lifespan, as they lay us to rest that are a bit older, and Martin Williams is still here around, he can say, we put the Māoris on those councils and made the world a better place. Nā tēnā koutou, nā mihi kia koutou katoa.
Kia ora. Kia ora. I saw there were some questions. Any questions? Heniwai, was it your hand up?
Yep.
Yeah, Heniwai.
Kia ora. O tēnā koe karaitiana. Ko Heniwai Ormsby aho, but my maiden name's Hawaikirangi and I grew up in Maraenui for 18 years, so it's big mihi to you and your whānau. You talk in your submission about diversity, so I'm wondering if you have any words of wisdom about how to get more wahine onto council as well.
So those are the challenges we face.
Good question.
As to what does diversity look like. It brings into a lot of factors. Indigenous, who is Indigenous, etc., etc. The Māori, my worldview is that we're Indigenous. That doesn't align with other people's points of view. I think what we're trying to say is that let's feed into a pool of ideas and let's make decisions that make everyone feel included. Is that happening today? In parts it is. I've got to say, we're not a bad nation, but I want our young people to aspire to be on the councils. I want to inspire them that yes, you don't have to sit and look at the council, you can be on the council. That hasn't happened over the years. 200 years to get our first Māori councillor. We've got 2 now. Through the simple thing of mathematics, we should have the whole council in about 12 years. That's been a bit facetious. But what I'm saying is we want to inspire our younger people to aspire to become leaders and not followers. It's as simple as that. The time is now. Grab it, because if the government changes, we may not get this time again. And it's a big responsibility. I hope you consider it. I'm sure you will, with the credence that it deserves.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Kia ora.
Thank you very much for your submission, Karatiana. Very good. Thank you.
Te kau o te rangi, puru au te, me tu reia, anei rā, o mātou tikuna. O moa kara te awa, takirangi nei te mana, ko te iwi pāhau e rai. Aruana te moa, aruana te moa, au, au e hano reira, au e a.
Nā mihi kia koutou. Kia ora.
Pat, welcome. Floor is yours, Pat. You've been here a little while, so you understand the submitters have 10 minutes.
How are we doing?
Sorry?
How are we doing?
We're doing really well.
5 love, Pat.
Kia ora tātou, ko Pat McGill, Tokawenga, born 1926. Where's my mate gone? you're interesting. And my comment after, there are things that aren't right, and we've got to fix them. And I've been a JP for 34 years, and in a book that's just been published about me, I call the Napier Court a hellhole, because up till now it's incarcerates far too many people. And what we've got to look at is programs and, shall we say, alternatives in this amazing country that are alternatives to what we've got now, because things aren't good out there for a whole lot of people. And that's how I got involved with Andrew Judd. Andrew Judd was a self-admitted racist and found a lot of things as that, and read Constantine's book. And when Constantine challenged him as to what he should do, or was he just going to, now he knew the truth, was he going to get on and do something? And of course, Judd has a power to stop. And for 3 years now, I have followed him every day on Facebook, and I add onto his Facebook, I say, Kia ora, Morena Andrew Judd, with tangata whenua, seeking a more friendly and human nation through the Treaty of Waitangi. So naturally, with a man like that working for us over 3 years, my contribution about Māori wards is as follows, and I've got a copy for you as well. Māori wards are an elected representative seat voted from the Māori electoral roll, exactly the same as the Māori seats in our parliament. B, no one is appointed, it is an elected position, no special privilege. 3, Māori representation is treaty-based, not race-based. D, all councils are required by way of legislation to include Māori in the decision-making of council, Local Government Act 2012. E, should an individual who claims Māori heritage reject the idea of Māori wards, then that individual can simply remain on the general electric roll. F, some will claim Māori heritage and be on council. Remember that identifying as Māori and representing Māori are not the same. G, the government has recently removed the roadblocks to establish Māori wards. The only roadblock now are councils themselves. Points of challenge. A, our children and grandchildren are about to study New Zealand history. What side of history do you wish this council to be remembered for, studied and questioned? B, how long would you need if it was your voice that was excluded? E, Māori wards as well as not instead of committees. D, many councils have voted to establish Māori wards. Why are you happy for your own community to be left behind? No doubt you're already aware of my points, but just in case, please use any or all. If you need clarification, please feel free to contact me. All the best, my friend Andrew. Now, I've got a copy for those for you. I've got an office in Maraenui on the street, and after this book of mine was made, I have and nice Māori tangata whenua said nice things about me, and I couldn't really say something about the now nice friends that I had met over the years that said nice things about me. So at the bottom, my daughter put Pat's Awards, and you'll notice here I've got Yvonne Aranui, who's up to her waist in water, got a job in the Ministry of Education and Childhood, but she's there most mornings at 5, 6, 7 o'clock giving kids rides on the waka who've been disturbed or had suicidal problems at home, and along with a mate called Ian Matahi. And then you've got Tiwana Aranui, and you've got Matiru, which I've got a copy for you all. And I simply said to them about the wards, and some of the councils themselves, who are mostly Pākehā-driven councils, because I've been round and see them as with Napier's child-friendly city thing, and really, as we're described overseas in Scandinavian countries, we're a punitive nation that doesn't own our own history. But when I mentioned the wards to them, they said they're still acting like Scrooges, aren't they? And that's my feeling too. If it's not perfect, so be it, but it's something that hasn't been. And if we're going to muck around because there's little points that aren't right or not right, my friends have all made that suggestion. We want to get on it, like you've said, and we can get on it. And there's one other thing that we should remember, that, what's his name? Oh, the great Māori historians who's on the way out.
Pat Parsons?
Who?
Pat Parsons?
No, this is Māori fella.
Yeah.
You know it.
All us Maoris look the same.
He's come up and given us work. Moana Jackson. Moana Jackson saying, eventually, he used the word papatūnuku, but the division of Parliament is pretty shocking when you listen to it. And the thought is that one day we all might recognise, and we'll put our soil as a place that grows worms, and our sea, which is so precious, that will pull us all together. And I think this is, until we've got that, Māori wards is a step in the meantime that we're trying to do better than we were. But I hate to see Māori getting shafted again. Thank you.
Good, Pat.
Yeah.
Any questions for Pat?
I haven't, I asked them all carefully what they thought of it, and they said, God, you're still Scrooges. And that's how I feel too.
No questions, Pat. I think every councillor around here respects what you do in our community, though, Pat. So thank you for coming along.
Question.
You have got a question?
Have we got any time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Kia ora, Pat, and mihi to you for...
Well, we were given, as this man knows, we were given pilot city status to do it.
Yeah.
The people are there, but the leadership's not. And the city council is still dragging on this.
Understand.
And if they're there, I'll tell them they should be sued.
Thank you, Pat.
Later.
Yeah, talk to you later. Thank you very much.
You've been told.
Christina, are you here? Christina Stockman?
He's from Wairoa.
Oh, well, I see Dwayne is. If Christina's not here, Dwayne, are you ready to go? You look ready.
Oh, Dwayne.
Christina Stockman's not here.
You're a bit early.
Come back to her. Dora, Dwayne, thank you very much. You've been here, so us all have 10 minutes each, and if you want to have some room for councillors, try and hold it within that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Haere tonu te mihi mahana ki a koutou kona kaikaunihira mo tēnei mea ngitu. Whakatahaere bai māua he kōrero atu ki a koutou e pāna ki tēnā kaupapa whakahirihira. Anā mihi mahana ki a koutou. Firstly, just by way of explanation, next to me is Hinari Mita. He is our chair for our Māori Standing Committee, and on Friday we both realised that he was due to appear in his own right on behalf of his marae. So he's sitting next to me more as a...
So you have 20 minutes then, both of you.
So he's speaking straight after me.
Okay.
So I've written some notes down just so that I don't miss the points that what we're trying to... So we're here today representing the Wairoa District Council Māori Standing Committee, and again we thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. And particularly in regards to the submission for the establishment of Māori constituencies. I assume our submission to be read. We also acknowledge the submissions submitted by the Wairoa District Council, to which I also assume to be received and read as well. We are speaking specifically on the Māori Standing Committee submission. Firstly, to reiterate the question put publicly, is it time for Māori constituencies? On behalf of the Wairoa District Council Māori Standing Committee, who represent 37 operational marae within the district or within our Wairoa district, it is a resounding yes. This is about having Māori at the decision-making table in their own right. This has already been expressed by others that have also lent their support towards this call. But the journey to be at the decision-making table is only part of the journey. As once they take the oath of council, they then become councillors on behalf of all constituents. The MSC reiterates that although Māori representation needs to occur at a governance level, however, we do caution the Hawke's Bay Regional Council that this should not replace any current Māori advisory position or committees within your establishment, particularly if a northern and southern ward may be adopted. Being an elected Māori member does not automatically mean that they are abreast of Māori issues, or that they, for that matter, make informed decisions on behalf of Māori. Established Māori committees such as your current structure becomes more important, as we have found at our district council level. In closing, we again applaud the Hawke's Bay Regional Council for venturing down this pathway. And we would say let the voices of our Māori not only be heard but also listened to. That's in closing, just a short statement. Again, just to assume that our submission has been read. Open for any questions.
Thank you, Dwayne. Do you want, Hanari, would you like to speak now, or do you want to hold and take your...
I guess it would be better if I spoke now.
Yeah, and then we take questions for both of you.
As the chair of the Māori Standing Committee, I can only endorse and support wholeheartedly what Dwayne presented to you. But as a member of our marae committee, I'm one of those 37 marae who also totally support the establishment of two Māori constituency groups in order for us to sit at the table. I see it as a mechanism, as a tool, like the Māori Standing Committee, like the treaty, like the Local Government Act, as a means of enhancing and empowering and fostering and promoting the Māori voice or the Māori perspective within the Regional Council. I also endorse the idea that the Māori constituency seats should not replace the Māori Standing Committee, because those are all necessary tools. When I look back at Nuhaka, one of our issues is the looking at our river and having no power over our river, no authority over our river. The inability to swim in our river now that E. coli levels within our river make it a health risk to our children. So these are sorts of the decision-making processes that the regional council can have an influence over. Hence my reason that I support wholeheartedly the establishment of two Māori constituent seats. Kia ora koutou.
Kia ora. Councillors, we'll start with Mike and then come to you, Martin.
Agami ki a korua, o korua kōrero ki a mātou I tēnei ata. So Dwayne, you spoke about just because you have Māori constituency or Māori wards does not in itself guarantee that those that sit there necessarily have the interest of mana whenua or are knowledgeable in the space of Māori politics of that area. Would I be right to say that, therefore, is it not the responsibility of those on the Māori roll to ensure that they participate, to ensure that we do get those qualities at the table?
Quite correct, Mike. The comment that I made was more around the voting process, and that even in the voting process you don't necessarily have to be Māori to get into a Māori seat. So you're right, it is about lobbying and getting our Māori voters on that roll to participate in the voting process to get people at that table.
So further to that, have you been encouraged in regards to that Wairoa does have Māori wards, that you have seen an increase in Māori participation in local elections?
Due to the fact this was the first time, of course, that we got that across the line. It has been a learning process, and Māori participation the interest has grown, because there is now definitive councillors who got to the table through that system. And I guess it's unfair to put the burden of Māoridom on their shoulders. That's a burden that the whole council should bear, but they are there of right. And that's the key thing to remember, that our people put them there of right to be at that table, to be part of the conversation and to be part of the decision making, as opposed to what we were currently under or previously under, where we were only advising the council to make decisions. This has now changed the whole scope of how that looks. Kia ora.
Martin?
Yeah, kia ora, just picking up on that, and kia ora korua hoki, just picking up on the point that Mike was teasing out with you, because I think it's a big issue. If you'll give me a bit of time to just get this question in the right place. One of the big issues we're confronted with, and one of the earlier submitters spoke to it, is that with the Regional Planning Committee and the Māori Committee, Standing Committee, there are adequate, and with councillors elected from the current scenario, there's more than enough voices around the table. But you're putting back to us that, in fact, as I understand it, the Māori Standing Committee and the constituency seat holders and that arrangement can complement each other, so that the mana whenua voice is informing those councillors who uniquely represent Māori, but equally those councillors who are more broadly elected. So is that where the value is of the two operating together, and why they're both so important?
I guess what we're saying is that you adequately have adequate advisory roles to the council. By having councillors sitting at the table, it enhances that ability to make those informed right decisions, because there's no guarantee that the person who gets the governance at the governance table is actually tangata whenua as well. Yes. So you've got to, that's all of that. So these mechanisms that are in place for councils for an advisory could serve to help those people who are sitting at that decision table to make those informed decisions from a mana whenua viewpoint. If that person who is elected happens to be not mana whenua. So that's going to be a tool and a mechanism that will actually help, and we've seen that in our council as well, where two of our councillors are not mana whenua.
On the Māori board.
Hononga,
Yeah, we're getting close to it.
yeah.
But they have definitely has strong connections to our rohe.
Dwayne and Hanari, I have a question to you from a Wairoa perspective. If the council does support two Māori wards, would you see it as a people on the Māori roll vote for two councillors, or would you see a division at a certain point where we have a north and south representation? How would you see it from a Wairoa perspective?
I guess the proof when whatever the outcome of this is, once the information is provided to them, how that will pan. I think it'd be a bit premature for us to see how that will pan out. But what we would say is a lot of the advice that we would give to the Hawke's Bay Regional Council is get a lot of the advice about the voting system prior to going to the table, because that's probably where we learnt. We didn't give enough information out about people who were on the Māori roll and where they sit. For example, they weren't able to vote for a person in general seat, whereas traditionally they always voted for that person. Now that person wasn't on the Māori roll or under the Māori ward system, they actually have to align themselves with a person they didn't know. And they had to quickly align who they were going to vote for. So I think it's just, Rex, I think it's just a bit premature for us to give a view about whether the southern or northern ward will work. But I would say that whatever works, unashamedly, I'd say what's good for Wairoa is good for Hawke's Bay. And I would say that if a Northern Māori candidate is selected, I think that's going to be good for Hawke's Bay as well. So I unashamedly say that because I have to, because I'm from Wairoa. Yeah. So, yeah. And I know that hasn't answered your question in full, but I just didn't want to get into a trap of saying something that would be somewhat premature and not have the full information about where the direction HBRC are heading.
Anyway.
Tēnā korua. It's great to have your level of experience. Being 2019 you established Māori wards. And my question is off the back of Councillor Martin Williams' question around the compatibility of those in the Māori seats and your mana whenua group, which is your Māori Standing Committee. And have you experienced any challenges where the Māori councillors, as well as all the councillors, are not supportive of the recommendations of the Māori Standing Committee? Have you experienced those challenges and how have you overcome them?
I guess we can proudly say, on a level for Hinari mentioned to as a member, since my time in council, which has been for about 6 odd years, there's never been any recommendation that the Māori committee has made to council has been accepted. There has never been one time where the council have gone against the recommendation of the council. That's a good indication that of the communication between the two parties and understanding the importance of a mana whenua viewpoint when it comes to that decision table. But maybe Hinari, as a member, would probably speak to that more clearly.
Yes, I've found actually that the council has always responded in a positive manner. The important part is keeping the Māori Standing Committee informed all the way, and also ensuring that they have available good information, options available to them, and then making a decision based on those options, and then presenting it back to our council for their consideration. But all the times the length of time that I've been on the Māori Standing Committee, it's always been a very good relationship. And I'm actually quite new as the chair, but one of the greatest gifts we've had was having Dwayne and our last chairperson be really proactive and promoting what can come about from a Māori Standing Committee and how they can be of benefit to the council. And so it's established a really positive relationship between the two bodies.
You still going, Rex?
Or? Charlie. Sorry, Charlie.
Yep.
Focusing on something else.
Okay. There are 37 marae, so I guess it's how do you get the representation for those 37 marae as opposed to expecting 3 councillors to do it?
Sorry, I just didn't quite hear you, Charlie.
How are the 37 marae represented? Obviously, if we had 3 councillors, we're not saying to divide them up by 3 councillors, are we?
No.
how they were represented now?
It was basically based on the electoral roll, I believe. So it wasn't about, and this is what I'm saying in hindsight, which is a wonderful thing to have. In hindsight, we should have gone out to our marae and lobbied for our people to get out there and vote on these occasions, because Māori are traditionally terrible at going out and voting. But I think the excitement of having an opportunity to have Māori voted into the table got people out there and voting and realising. So it's, yeah, moving forward, I think we would probably utilise the Māori Standing Committee a lot more with their representation at that level and being able to.
I guess what I'm asking is, you're not expecting the 3 councillors to canvass 37 marae?
I don't think there was ever that expectation for them to do that. But we would support whatever.
Just as the last question, please, out of the 6 Wairoa district councillors, how many actually identify as Māori, even though you've got 3 Māori in seats and 3 in the general?
What I say with there's 5, 1 in denial, so we think we've got 6. Then of course we shift the mayor. So we say 5, but I think unofficially we got 6, and you probably know who we're referring to as that one. He's we say that in jest, but 5. So we have a more percentage of Māori councillors on our council.
Craig.
Thank you. So across your council, what I'm hearing is it just operates very well. You've crossed this bridge. Is it fair to say a key kind of success criteria is the people who are around the table have a trusting, respectful relationship with each other to keep moving forward? Because everything I hear from your council is you're united in your views about all good things Wara, and was there any lessons learnt along the way, perhaps, or that, am I right, and that it really does come down to the people?
Yeah, my experience is that it's a determination on the part of council and the standing committee to have a positive relationship and to try and maintain that positive relationship. Obviously, there's ups and downs, but it's just about working your way through those issues.
Mm-hmm.
But from what I've seen, there's a real determination to do well, to make sure that relationship works. So yeah, it does depend on the attitude of the council and the standing committee.
Thank you.
Michelle.
I've probably got 2 questions. So the makeup of the Wairoa District Council, you didn't give additional seats. It was 3 of the 6 given to Māori. And the other thing was, it was a while. There was quite a space. But we were waiting for whether the Māori committee was going to happen or not once the election had taken place, because. I suppose they thought, oh, well, it's sufficient, you've got 3 councillors and you don't need a Māori committee. But the Māori committee represents what voice? So I was going to ask you all those Maraeans.
Yeah, I think I did meet people who thought that because they'd now had the 3 Māori wards in Wairoa, did we really need a Māori standing committee? And for me, the difference is that the standing committee is quite specific in who they represent. For example, I represent Nuhaka, Rakai Pāka, and then you've got the Mahia, Rongo, Wahine voice, and so on and so forth. Whereas, as opposed to the 3 Māori seats, Māori wards, where they represent Māori interest. They're not as specific as we are, as the standing committee is.
Ana whenua.
Yeah, aye.
I guess also, Michelle, the delay was more about once the establishment came into play, we had to realign our terms of reference to meet the new structure. So that took a little bit of time just to get, but fundamentally it didn't change. We just needed to go through a process to make sure that it's still aligned with terms of reference for the Māori Standing Committee.
Neil?
Welcome. Thank you. 3 years now. My question is, does your Māori committee get a vote at council?
No, we have speaking rights, so they have speaking rights only. But that's fundamentally the same with any other Māori standing committee in council. They are there more just as a voice and a speaking rights only. They don't get a voting right.
One of the complaints or the drives for Māori constituencies was Māori vote around the table. So I'm just trying to reconcile the continuance of the Māori committee when it doesn't get a vote. It's a different type of structure, different purpose. Was that
I guess
The committee can make recommendations.
Sure.
Yes,
But the big complaint has been no final vote. It's a recommendation. So how do we reconcile those two conundrums?
by voting yes.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Dwayne and Hanari. That was really, sorry, at that time. Thank you very much, guys. That was really excellent, and you represented Wairoa extremely well. Really appreciate it. And you are leading this process. You're in front of the pack. Thank you very much. I just want to check if who didn't. We have Rana Huata.
Christina's here.
Oh,
Christina.
Christina.
Kei kora. Yeah.
Okay, Christina.
Christine.
We missed you before, so come on.
Oh, we were early though.
Yeah, 10
We're
past.
early.
Yeah, we were early. Yeah,
But
we're
12, yeah.
we're running.
No, you're okay.
Yeah, she's on time.
She's on time. Yeah, she is.
She would have used her waka arma to get here.
Yeah, what's the pedal there?
Thank you, Christina.
Thank you.
Don't mean to rush you. Just take your time.
You're not too much time.
No, you're on time. We're just a little bit in front of time.
Yeah.
So, Christina, the submitters each have 10 minutes to put their submission in, their verbal submission. Everyone has read your written submission.
Yes.
And if you want councillors to ask questions, you've got to try and do it within the 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Way back there.
Okay. Okay, so tēnā koutou. I te tuatahi kei te mihi kia koutou. Tēnei huihuinga. Kia whakawhiti whakaaro, whakawhiti kōrero mō tēnei kaupapa whakahirahira. He uri tēnei o Tūreia, no Ngāti Pāhau Wera, no te whānau O'Keefe. Ko tā whirirangi te maunga, ko mohaka te awa, ko tāki te mute waka, ko tamatea ariki nui te tangata, tihei kahunga nui. Phew, excuse me, I'll just take a breath.
Take your time.
My greetings to you all gathered here today. Excuse me, I'll just read this because it's quite lengthy and I spent a bit of time thinking about it, but haven't done so much practice. So, greetings to you all gathered here today to discuss this very important issue, and thank you for the opportunity to share my views. My name is Christina Stockman. I'm a mother of 10 and a grandmother of 6. My father is from Raupunga, Mohaka area, and my mother is from Hastings. I live with my husband in Mohaka, and I'm a kaiako e Te Kura Kaupapa Māori o Ngāti Kahungunu o Te Wairoa. I've been a kaiako, a teacher, for over 30 years, and I qualified on the old teacher training system and graduated in the late 80s with a diploma in teaching. 15 years later, I went back to study and graduated with a Bachelor of Arts. 10 years later, a Bachelor in Sports Science and Recreation, and finally, at the end of 2019, finished my Masters in Education. For most of my teaching career,
I've taught in either bilingual, Māori medium or kura kaupapa, but I've also taught in mainstream schools. My passion in life, other than my family, is paddling, waka ama. And I've been a paddler now for over 20 years, competing at national and international level, representing New Zealand twice at World Sprints. In Te Wairoa, where I work, I'm involved in a club called Adventure Wairoa, and we are run by local volunteers, and our vision is to provide equipment and assistance to local people at an affordable price. So we've got waka ama, stand-up paddleboards, kayaks, mountain bikes, equipment available to our community. Our paddlers are on the water most weeks of the year, and especially over summer, 7 days a week, training in the summer months to compete at national sprints and long distance events. We also run water safety training for both young and old, so they're aware of the dynamics of our awa and how to look after themselves and others on the water. So I'm telling you all this about myself so that you can understand the importance and the relevance of this hearing to me personally and also to my community. I've given this issue of Māori constituencies a lot of thought and careful consideration before making my submission. In Te Wairoa, we see and feel our river, and we know its Māori is languishing, and we're not happy. The main reason our awa is suffering is because of the runoff from land, farms and forestry, and wastewater disposal. Our council, the Wairoa District Council, has applied to renew its consent with the Hawke's Bay Regional Council so it can continue to dispose of both treated and untreated wastewater into our awa. The local meatworks, AFCO, also has a current consent to dispose of treated wastewater and byproducts from their processing plant into our awa. Our undertaker in town empties his mortuary waste into our awa. And there are many, many more. We, like so many other towns around the country, are frequently confronted with signs on our waterways telling us it's unsafe to swim, unsafe to paddle, unsafe to fish, and just actually unsafe. Our paddlers and our community are sick emotionally, spiritually, and actually some are physically unwell as a consequence of this continued unacceptable behaviour, this breach in tikanga. We would like something done. As I said, I've thought long and hard about the implications of this community consultation, and I'm here today to voice my encouragement to you to pass this legislative change for Māori to have representation on the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. We have a saying in education, and it goes something like, whatever's good for Māori is good for everyone. So whatever schools put into place, whether it be professional development, different programs, policies, initiatives, when that's implemented into schools to improve Māori participation and achievement, those successes are not limited to just our Māori students, but to all students alike. So currently we have a system that over the last 2 centuries has lost its vision and distorted values to the detriment of not only the Indigenous people of Aotearoa, but to all people who live in our beautiful country. We have a treaty that binds us together, that in theory upholds the premise that Māori and non-Māori will have a partnership and work together. So today, I'm asking you to step forward and play your part in that partnership and in the reversal of some of the damage that has been done. So I checked out your website, and I love listening to what the council has said. Heard them speak about what they value and what they see, what you all see as your vision, and I applaud the direction that you're heading in. Now, what I'm asking you to consider is putting on your korowai of superpower and adding strength to your visions and your words by including Māori seats so you can have enhanced Māori representation at the council table. Māori constituencies will strengthen the role of Māori within the regional council. And those constituencies need to be locked and loaded for Māori representation. Although we have representation with councillors already on the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. Our future moving forward needs to be secure, and it's imperative that is also part of the strategic planning moving forward. We can't operate as a collective if not all of the collective are represented in partnership at the decision-making table. I want my students at Kura to see themselves at that decision-making table. I want them to know their voice is valued and considered. I want the bad decisions made about our waterways and the pollution that has been going on for many, many years to cease. I don't want a Māori lens to be cast over the regional council policies. I want Māori values and tikanga to be at the heart of all decision-making made at your table. And then we will see how beneficial that Māori voice can be for everyone. So in summary, endorsing and accepting Māori constituencies is the leading way forward to work collectively for the benefit of all. Māori require stronger, more permanent places at the table, and this will support those tables, those places. So put on that korowai of superpower, add strength to your visions and your words by including Māori seats. Only then will you have enhanced Māori representation at the council table and the true voice of the collective will be heard. Mauri ora.
Thank you very much, Christina. That was very powerful. Questions for Christina? Will.
Kia ora, Christina. Yeah, you spoke a lot about the pollution that's gone on, like the wastewater from town and AFCO. So are you, like, I don't think there's anyone that would disagree with that here, and obviously long-term intention is to get, discharge from our waters out of the waters and onto land. But are you saying, like, establishing Māori representation is going to speed that up or change that speed of direction? Like,
I believe it will add strength to it, yes. And like I said, I looked at I looked through a couple of the clips that the council has online, and that was a message that I was hearing about the waterways, which is definitely aligned to my perspective. But then I read this thing about this Māori lens. I'm not really sure what that is supposed to mean, but to me I read it as if here's all the council policies and procedures, and then we get some Māori lens to look at them all. What I'm saying is, if you have Māori at the table already in partnership, you don't need to bring in that Māori lens, because that will be the basis of all policies and procedures that come out of the regional council. That will be what we call the tuapapa, instead of coming in afterwards. So I think it will absolutely benefit in many, many ways.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you for your submission.
Thank you. Thank you for the time today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
We've had a few people drop out, so we are in front of time. Is Rana or Maria here?
So Hinari, he's not here?
Well, Hinari,
No,
he was here. It was. We doubled.
He's with Dwayne. Right, he's with Dwayne. Yeah. All right.
They're not, and in fairness to them, they were given a time which we're going to have to keep to.
12:40. Mr. Chair.
Oh.
We've got a submitter who's right at the bottom of today.
Yeah, I see him over there. That old park down the back. Paul, would you like to do your submission now?
Oh, look, why not?
Come on.
He first and last.
Now he's going to miss out on afternoon smoker.
Oh no, I was looking forward to lunch actually. I appreciate that you guys have to sit here all day listening to submissions, so I thought I'd better suffer through with you, but I don't have to now, so that's all good.
Welcome, Paul.
Yep.
I don't have to go the rules with you, but I really appreciate you stepping up.
Yeah, no, thank
you. Should read the rules. He's never obeyed them much before.
All right, bless. Hey, look, yeah, thanks for allowing people to have a little hui about what's going on here with the Māori wards. There's been a number of speakers this morning talked about the benefits of having Māori wards, and we've gone into that discussion. from a different viewpoint than I can ever have, because I'm Pākehā. So I'm really pleased to have sat down and listened through some of those. But what I wanted to talk about in my submission today was some of the arguments put forward by those who are opposing the creation of Māori wards. And when I was going through reading those submissions over the weekend, it was quite interesting to do that. I also had my partner's parents visiting over the weekend, and her father was would be one of those opposing the wards. So we had quite a few interesting discussions, and there were a number of common different words that kept on coming up in those discussions, and similarly through the submissions made opposing the wards. One of them was separatism, and the other one was being undemocratic, on top of the racism word that was used all the time. So I just wanted to take this opportunity to point out to Council that separatism can be viewed from many different angles. For example, as a resident of Napier, I'm only able to vote for candidates in the Napier ward. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't vote for a candidate in Wairoa, Ngātaroro, Hastings or Central Hawke's Bay. However, we recognise that Wairoa and Central Hawke's Bay are special cases, and that councillors from these wards can represent a much smaller number of citizens than one of the councillors from other wards. Isn't this separatism based on geography? So aren't we already a separatist organisation now? So where's the danger in including race in one of those ways that we split up our wards? Separatism, I believe, is already ingrained. But I don't think we have anything to be afraid of the creation of the Māori wards. Now, the other one, of course, the word I used was the word that was used frequently is the word undemocratic. And I'd just like to remind councillors, of course, that if there's anything undemocratic with the voting system we currently have in place, it's allowing non-resident property holders to also have a vote when they already have a vote in another jurisdiction. So we're already doing that. We're already allowing people 2 votes when they should only be having 1. I mean, I know why that is. Of course, it's the whole thing about no taxation without representation. But there are people in the community who are able to cast multiple votes already. But we're not expecting anyone from the creation of Māori wards to have multiple votes. They still only get 1 vote. So it's still democracy in action. It's just that instead of being split by geographical areas, there's now a division with race, or which role that you've put yourself on, and there's nothing to be afraid of in doing that. So that was the basis of my submission, and that was all I had to say about that, because you already obviously read my written submission, which is pretty straightforward and in support of the creation of the wards. And I think the most interesting decision you're going to have to make, well, the most difficult decision, is how are you going to set up the wards. If you vote in favour of the creation of the Māori wards, is how you're going to split up the rest of the constituency on a geographical basis so that everyone gets reasonable representation for their community of interest.
Thank you, Paul. Questions? Neil.
Thanks, Paul. Good to see you once again.
Yep.
Paul, just teasing out that last point, because you make a good point that the decision is just not about establishing Māori constituencies.
Yep.
It's much more complex than that. I just want to look at the previous submitters have considered the issue of the Māori representation, if you like, moves us away from the Māori lens, if you like. So where does the Māori Standing Committee stand in this? Do we make a decision along with the Māori constituencies to do away with the Māori Standing Committee? What does it do that adds value or enhances representation? How does that work?
Okay, there's two parts to my answer on that one. The first one is that anyone who's elected to sit around this table has to stand up at the first council meeting and make an oath to represent the whole of the region, and not just the people that are represented in terms of who elected them around the table. So even though you might be elected to represent the Napier ward, you have to make decisions on behalf of the whole region. That won't, as far as I'm aware, that's not intended to change for anyone that's elected on a Māori ward. So they have to, whoever's elected on the Māori ward and sits around the table has to represent the whole region and make decisions for the whole region rather than just for the people that they represent. So in that respect, I think that the Māori Standing Committee is still really important in terms of going out into those Māori communities and working out what the challenges are that are confronting those communities, because that was one thing I found really useful going along to those meetings, was you'd hear at a very local level the issues and concerns that the tangata whenua had about decisions that were being made by the regional council. I still think that in terms of only being an advisory committee, I still think that would be still be really useful to maintain the Māori Standing Committee. Of course, we on the regional council also have the additional challenge of having to deal with, or it's not a challenge, but we also have the regional planning committee, which deals with a lot of the big issues that around the RMA that the regional council has to deal with, which are different from other territorial authorities. So I hope that answers your question, Neil.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions for Paul? Will, and then anyway.
Kia ora, Paul. Thanks for that. You've said in your submission about obligations set out in the treaty.
Yep.
And I think you said you've been here all morning, so you would have seen one of the submitters wrote a whole book, published book, that probably debates that. Why do you think there's such different opinions about, you know, a document that should lay out exactly in black and white for us?
That's a big question, that one. I can only look at my own journey, right? In terms of, I believe that the treaty sets out that there was a partnership between tangata whenua and the Crown, because you have to go back, to my mind, you always have to go back to the Māori text rather than any English text or any drafts that Hobson's pledge may believe that were paramount. So, and then I think it comes back, a lot of that angst, in talking to my partner's father over the weekend and a number of different people over time, it comes from a lack of understanding of what the treaty actually means to New Zealand. We're not educated in that anywhere near sufficiently enough as we go through life. I look at, you know, and my experience was that we had no education about that when I was growing up, but my kids are certainly getting that as they go through college now, and I think that it's going to make for a better society for all of New Zealand.
Anyway?
Which one should I pick?
Where does she start?
So this is probably looking down the line in a bit of a complex question as well. If we look at Te Tiriti and it be signed by hapu and mana whenua, and then we look at the system that's in front of us now through the Local Electoral Act, that allows for non-Māori, non-tangata whenua to run and possibly win a Māori seat. How do you reconcile what's in the treaty, which is mana whenua, versus what we have available now through the Local Electoral Act that doesn't guarantee mana whenua seating?
Yep. Okay, first of all, I'm no expert on tea treaty matters by any stretch of the imagination, but it raises an interesting point. If I was to put myself forward as a candidate for Wairoa, for example, it would be very challenging for me living in Napier or Aotearoa to be able to win a seat around this table doing that. And I think it would be the same thing if a Pākehā stood on the Māori roll. They would have a huge challenge to overcome. But at the end of the day, you have to rely on the collective wisdom of the people that are voting, rather than, I think, than setting up any particular rules around it. Because, I mean, the Local Government Act is not perfect, and we have to work with what we've got.
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just along those lines, we had someone submit this morning that the reason we have Māori seats in government was because the land tenure, well, how people own land would determine whether you got a vote or not.
Yep.
And we all know that Māori do own land, except the point that Councillor Ormsby brings up is that if they're from somewhere else, they can't vote on their homeland, if you like. And Waira's a good example. We have about 20,000 people on the roll, but they're obviously not living in Waira, so we'd have a bigger majority there. But they are living somewhere. They do own land. So, and I heard you say that if you have multiple own land, if you own a lot of properties, you can still get a vote. You can have multiple votes. But the dilemma our people has is they own land back home, but because they're not living there, or the multiple ownership law changes, they don't get a right to vote. If we could unlock the multiple ownership law a bit better, then that tenure of ownership becomes recognised and they could vote. What would you say to that?
Paul, I don't think you can answer that.
No, I don't.
Charlie
think I
did stretch the rules there.
But I would like to say, Charlie, that when I was listening to Karatiana Wayne Aranui's submission, I think one of the key benefits of creation of Māori wards is increasing Māori engagement in local government politics, because it creates a sense of hope in terms of our voice is going to be heard around the table. And I think for the rangatahi, that's a really important thing for looking to the future, is that we give that hope, that mana back to their voice. Yeah.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you for your submission. Really appreciate it.
Sure.
Now, we've had a couple of people pull out. So, Rana's not on Zoom yet?
No, but I've asked somebody to email her.
Okay. And Maria Kens is not here? Then we have.
What are we up to, Chair? Lead us forward.
Angelina, not Wairo, not here.
What about Angelina?
She's pulled out.
Pulled out?
Yep.
Scratching.
Angelina. And Pooter's pulled out and Beverly's pulled out.
Beverly's pulled out?
Beverly's pulled out.
That's what I was told.
Who else is pulled out?
Pooty.
Pooty.
What number is Pooty?
12.
Which one's she?
12:20. 1:20.
1:20?
Well, Mr. Chair, should we stand down until we can find Rana?
I think that's right.
But he's not till 12:50.
12:50.
Standard ease.
Standard ease until 12:50. Because in fairness to Rana, she was told 12:50, and we have to meet that timetable.
He's principal.
He.
Rana. Who?
Margaret Simeon. She was given 140.
All right. They 140.
No 140 here.
Is that tomorrow?
Is that tomorrow?
It's obviously a mistake.
Does she want to speak to you?
She's ready to submit it.
Margaret, are you ready to go now? You're tomorrow, aren't you? Wow. But you're a day early. We would love to have you now.
Margaret Simeon.
From tomorrow. She's not.
I'm a first-time submitter.
What number is this?
I'll find out.
What number has the submitter been asked to land?
What number?
Welcome, Margaret. You're not on our today's list, but you're very welcome here.
I've received an email,
Did
which
you?
I just pulled up, which shows that my my time slot was 1:40, which I see is actually your lunch break. So there was a little bit of a...
Okay, no, don't worry about it.
No
We're not going to
problem.
worry. You're
It's
very
cool, I
welcome.
don't have an hour to get nervous about this.
So we have
straight in.
all the citizens have
Yeah.
Hold on, Chair,
So,
can we have
tēnā
your
koutou
submission
katoa.
Yeah, I'm just looking for it.
Ko te ao pūtahi te manga, ko tauri kaitai te awa, ko ngā te kere te iwi, ko ngā te manuhere nā te pēhere te hapu, ko Margaret Harata, Tipini Matua Simeon toku ingoa. No poranga hau, ahau, ngā mihi nui ki a koutou. Kia ora. I'm going to read this because I've timed myself. Through my mother, Manawa Kapakapa Tipini, I am the 25th generation of my whānau to be born and live in Central Hawke's Bay or Tamatea. I whakapapa to kupe, to kahununu, to kere, te whātui apati, and to rangi tuanui, who incidentally actually met Captain James Cook at Pourirere and was painted. And that painting actually is in the Australian Museum, but that's another submission. Te Hapuku who signed the treaty, my son's first cousins actually carry the name Hapuku Tanahu. My great-great-grandfather's names are on the Waipukaro block sale documents, as well as many other court documents pertaining to this region. Henare Matua, brother of Tepene Matua, from whom we take our name, was the leader of the repudiation movement, a politician, possibly one of the last to be trained in both Te Ao Māori, whare and educated in Pākehā law, and religion. I mention these names, these chiefs, only to say that I whakapapa to a long line of chiefs who lived in, loved, and led this region. Yet here I am, asking to be heard as an individual who does not feel that my views are represented at my council. Whakapapa. I followed with great interest this process of deciding if there should be seats at the table for the group of people called Māori. Initially, it was thanks to social media through Andrew Judd, ex-Mayor of New Plymouth, and his desire to be a better treaty partner. He was not a spokesman for Māori. He simply came to the realisation that he knew nothing of Te Ao Māori, nor of the history of the region that he was responsible for governing. Kia kaha, Andrew Judd, I dedicate this kōrero to you and to my rangatira before me. In this submission, I want to help people to understand that for a long time, the knowledge of this landscape that you have been elected to govern, that there are actually local people who are from this land and that have generational knowledge passed down to them. They have always had to come to council to make submissions, to constantly battle in this space to be heard. Whakapapa. This whole process of change has come about due to the recommendations of the Waitangi Tribunal. The Waitangi Tribunal, as you would all know, is the Permanent Standing Commission of Inquiry that makes recommendations relating to Crown actions which breach the promises made in our founding document, Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Therefore, this is a Māori solution to a Māori problem. My rangatira are trying to sort this out. Te Tiriti o Waitangi's principles underpin the relationship between government, councils and Māori, the 3 Ps, partnership, participation, protection. Where is the partnership? Where are the rangatira? The other signatories. Who participates? From my perspective, Crown subjects in a Crown system. Protection, what is it that we are protecting? From my perspective again, if this recommendation of the Treaty of Waitangi Tribunal does not go ahead, you are protecting the status quo. The Crown and the Crown systems have led us to where we are today. I feel that we have finally reached a time where we can trust that each of the partners have valuable offerings. It is not about us and them anymore. We know better. Let's do something with this opportunity. The action part is now. I need a representative who will use his or her voice at council, having been guided by Māori worldviews and regular discussions in Māori spaces like Marae, Tai Whenua, Kura, and of course our settlement groups like Niki and PSGE, Post-Settlement Governance Entity, and Ngāi Te Kaunganu Iwi Incorporated, and maybe in the future Māori business hubs. As a student of Maunga Kura Toi, which is Māori art, in 2014 we were tasked with to find evidence of Māori in Napier City. Armed with our new cameras, we ended up at the bronze statue of Pānia. I took a close-up of her eye and used this to try to explain the concept of kānohe ki te kānohe. I wrote these words around my painting in English. The perfect relationship or partnership is when you fulfill each other's needs willingly, but not without questions. Do not take for granted that you know my needs. Do not take for granted that I know yours. Kānohe ki te kānohe, communication, communication, communication. I need to be a partner as a descendant of the rangatira. I need to participate as tangata te whenua. I am not Crown. I need my rights and my rangatira's rights to be protected. So in Andrew Judd's words to me, be mindful of the words that you speak, for the children are listening and the children are learning. We must be the example we want for tomorrow. My submission is a yes for Māori representation. Creating Māori wards is affirmative action that does not diminish anyone's rights. One person, one vote. My whakapapa is not discretionary, which is, in your own words, is Council's current engagement with Māori. Thank you. I timed that at about 7.5 minutes.
You got it dead right. You went a little bit faster than that.
And I'm sorry I had to read it, but that's how I roll.
Well done.
Yeah, very good. Okay, we have some questions. Craig, kick off.
Thank you so much. Can you just expand a little bit on that, just last bit where you've picked up something from the council docs or the consultation?
Yeah,
about
it actually says in there the current, literally the wording is exactly as I wrote it. Council's current engagement with Māori, with the committees and that is discretionary. It can come and go with every round that you have about at looking at who you are representing.
And you obviously,
and the boundaries and all of that kind of thing.
And you obviously take offence, obviously,
I don't
at that. 'Cause it
take
seems like
offence to it. I'm just using your own words back at you to help you understand how that makes me feel.
And I appreciate that. Thank you.
Question, but isn't that the purpose of having certainty and permanence to the wards? That where committees are there at discretion, it therefore weakens and undermines the voice of those representatives. So is your submission to say that if the council says yes to Māori representation without question, it strengthens and affirms that voice to give it solidity which it needs?
It strengthens. More voices, the better, surely. You know, even though you're talking about a minority group of people here, it's not our fault that we are the minority, you know, and we need to have a voice because we are a partner.
I don't think of it as a majority, minority, it's just people. But the point they're making, that what I got from you in the discussion, was that by having it, the committee that represented Māori views was discretionary, was to diminish that voice.
I do not in any way attempt to diminish that voice. That is all we've got at the moment. That's what we have to run with. So anytime I have a potential issue that I want to bring up, I go to this committee. But like you say, they're not always there. So I would rather, in addition maybe to this committee, have an individual that I can go and speak my problem or my issue to, and I don't have to educate them about my background, about where I'm coming from, because they already know, because they are themselves tangata te whenua.
Thank you, Margaret. Really appreciate your submission. It was a very good submission.
Thank you very much.
Excellent submission.
Now, do we have Rana on Zoom?
Not yet.
In a couple of minutes.
And Maria is not here yet. So what we do?
If anyone was looking for Margaret's submission, it's on page 17.
210.
They missed that.
So we have two, councillors, we have two submissions due before lunch. We've had two people pull out. We have Rana Huata, who's coming on Zoom at 12:50, and hopefully he does. And then we have Maria Kens, but later on.
1:10.
1:10.
We have lunch.
So what are we doing? Adjourning or later on?
Well, Rana should come on and, depending which clock you look up, in the next, so just sit quiet for a second. If you can do that, you can manage.
Try.
We have some silent reading while we do this, Chair. There were those that haven't used the school for silent reading.
Have you managed to contact Maria as well?
She's on her way.
She's on her
She
way.
should be here any minute.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, 1:10. It's 20:10.
Leanne, is this on our website as well as Facebook, or just Facebook? Okay.
I think our site links to the Facebook one.
Oh, okay. Easy.
They push it out like that.
I think it's the third person here
Yeah.
that you can talk to. Did you say it was good for that?
Yep.
Where? Big issues, haven't we, eh? So, welcome. Jess? Should remember that name. My daughter's called Jess as well.
Very good.
So welcome,
nice
Jess.
name.
Now, the format is that every submitter has 10 minutes, and if you want to leave space for councillors to ask questions, you can, or you can use the whole 10 minutes yourself.
Thank you.
And we'll give you a bit of a ding when it's 9.
I'll leave a lot of space because it's not a long submission. I haven't actually
Okay, the
prepared
floor is yours,
anything.
Jess.
But thank you. Yeah, kia ora koutou, kia ora koutou te whānau. My name's Jess. I'm Tauiwi Pākehā, so my ancestors all from Britain. Well, not all, but you know, I mostly descend from the lands in Britain. And I feel very grateful to be living on these lands. So big greetings to all the hapu of the Rohine. Yeah, I haven't prepared a lot, but I just felt it was really important to come and add my voice because I think this is a really important kaupapa. So where I come from in terms of this, I'm an aspiring treaty educator and a student of settler colonial studies. Currently working on a PhD in that area. So what fascinates me is looking at myself, my family, my people, where we come from, and asking this question of like, where on earth does this idea come from that a nation has the right to impose its own decision-making structures on somebody else's home? And that's what has happened here. This whole framework here of making decisions does not arise from this whenua. It's not from here. It has been imposed here through violent force, and that's a great harm. That's a great shame. So just, I guess, I'm trying to find where that impulse comes from, and I guess it's just the lowest in humanity, these values of things that are really not to be valued, things like greed, superiority, arrogance. These are the things that drive people to leave their home and think that they have the right to come and take from somebody else. So I know that we all have that within us, and yet we also have really wonderful qualities as well. We all share the capacity for love, for respect, for peace. And so I'm interested in then finding that within myself, my family, my people. And I think that this step that you are considering taking is one of those ones of the positive side, that is a move towards peace, respect, a move towards being an honourable people. It's nowhere near enough. It's a huge, huge harm that has been done and continues to be imposed here. And that's why I'm a passionate member of a network called Tauiwi Mō Matiki Mai Aotearoa, so it's non-Māori supporting this kaupapa here. So for anyone who doesn't know, there's a project for constitutional transformation to honour the treaty. So it's actually looking to all of these systems where decisions are made that don't arise from this land and actually transforming the whole structure of that to honour the treaty properly. So that's looking at the Westminster system of Parliament and all of these local decision-making entities as well. So I find that really, really exciting, and it's got the goal year there of 2040 to have it all transformed. But until we get to that point, we can still make these really meaningful reforms within the imposed system. And so I think this is a positive step and one that I'd like to support wholeheartedly. So yeah, thank you very much for listening to me, and I welcome any questions.
Thanks, Jess, for your submission. Councillors, questions? Martin, and then anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Jess, and thank you for your submission, which I read with great interest, and it's got lots of highlights through it for me. So the question I've got for you, it's a bit of a tough one. It's now 2040. We've been transformed. Under the constitutional models that you talk about, what does this council look like?
Great question. I think that's something for... So what the Matiki Mai report sets out is different spheres of influence, which is what the treaty envisaged. So it sets out the tino rangatiratanga sphere, in which Māori would again have undisturbed decision-making authority over their own homelands and lives. And then the kāwanatanga sphere, which is for where tauiwi are delegated the authority to make decisions over ourselves, over things that are relevant to us, which is a massive gift. It's such a generous thing that the treaty extends to us. But I think that that is the important work that we have to do over the next 20 years. It's exciting. It's a chance for us to go, actually, are these systems working for all of us? Were they made by and for all tauiwi? Because I don't feel like this sort of system was made by people like me. I think it mostly serves, it's for like kind of the short-term material gain of wealthy, straight, white men. And so it doesn't even really serve them in the long term. Well, you know, but it is what it is. But you know, as a queer working class trans person, I'm just sort of like, it doesn't come from my community. It doesn't serve me. So I would like to look at what would serve all of us, what would enhance our sense of community and belonging, and because all thriving is mutual. So I think what has been established here, while it has been for that short-term material gain of some, in the long run, I don't think that even serves that small group either. So I think it's an exciting opportunity to look at transforming our models as well, our kāwanatanga bit, into something really cool. So yeah, it's a long discussion though, but happy to
Anyway,
Jenny, we're on, so thank you.
Tēnā koe, Jess. He mihi mahana ki a koe. I'm really glad you brought up Mātike mai Aotearoa and that need for constitutional transformation in the future. And we heard from Bill Hamilton, who ran a treaty workshop with us last week, and he talked about, and I'm sure Moana Jackson and Margaret Mitu would be in the mind of saying, this is a mature conversation to have, and here you are as a rangatahi trying to start that conversation. So big mihi to you.
Kia ora.
My question is around, if we talk about the tino rangatiratanga sphere and the kāwanatanga sphere, what is this establishing Māori constituencies do you see addresses? Does it address more the kāwanatanga sphere or the rangatiratanga sphere?
I mean, I guess like that's where I follow the lead of whānau Māori here, and like I'm only supporting this because I see that people are, like whānau are. So that's up to your sphere, that's up to the tino rangatiratanga sphere to say, you know, what's right for you in these systems that aren't like from you and have been imposed that aren't by and for you. So I think it's messy at the moment because those spheres have they haven't been respected. So I'm not quite sure where it sits. I guess at the moment it's a bit of both. I don't know. Yeah.
Neil, we have time for one last question.
Final, great. Thank you for your submission. It's very stimulating, and similar to my colleague, that transformation is really important. And therefore ask this question, are in fact by supporting Māori constituencies, do we support the status quo as opposed to forcing change at a transformational level?
Yeah, there's definitely that tension. So if I was on my own lands, I would be like called like an anarchist because I'm in favour of like no kind of authoritarian state telling small communities what to do. I'm in favour of small communities getting together and making decisions from the ground up. So, okay, now I've gone down a complete sidetrack.
I like that.
Sorry, what was the question again?
Oh, are we in fact supporting constituencies?
So the typical anarchist view is complete transformation or nothing, really. But I think I can see, I'm also a non-binary trans person, so neither male nor female, and so I'm like a non-binary political person as well. So like, yes, transformation and yes, reform. So while we have this, let's reform it, let's make it better, and. Keep going, keep striving, don't settle for that. So I don't think we sell ourselves short by doing this. I think that it's a positive step and keep going.
Good on you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jess. That was fantastic. You certainly got Neil thinking about all sorts of things there.
Oh, I'm for transformational change.
Yeah, let's do it.
That was a great submission. Thank you very much.
You.
Now we're just going to break from our... we have a person turned up who thought that they were on, and so we're going to slot them in. Elizabeth Gear. Hi, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Sorry, there's been a bit of confusion there, but...
What number's that? It happens. I just got to get my paper out.
Councillors, that's submitter number 743, DS page 17.
So, Elizabeth, while you're sorting yourself out, submitters have 10 minutes, and you can use it how you wish.
Oh,
10 minutes.
very good, thank you.
Thank you.
First, I'd like to thank everyone here for allowing me to speak today. And I'm against the creation of Māori constituency awards in the Hawke's Bay Regional Council, on the Regional Council. The process of establishing these wards and constituencies are divisive. The people who are allowed to vote for candidates on the Māori constituencies are based on a particular race or a role, the Māori role. Those who are on the general role cannot vote on an important issue that legally treats a non-citizen in this manner. That is discrimination because of their race. It is morally sickening to witness from elected officials supporting this piece of divisive law. When you serve on a council, you serve to ensure every person in the community, not a particular group, but the whole community. Only Māori can vote for Māori, non-Māori, or whatever you want to call them, can only vote for non-Māori. Now, non-Māori cannot vote for local representatives for the constituencies. Even though that person may live in that ward, that constituency, they do not have Māori ties or connections. That is wrong. This government supports this piece of racist legislation. And as a councillor in favour, caved in to taking away the voting rights of those people on the general roll in the next general election 2022 and perhaps 2025. Ensuring those on the general roll do not get a say on who the Māori constituency representatives will be on the council. Divisive politics. The Māori Committee Hawke's Bay Regional Council voted for the Napier City Council to take the government legislation that removes the 5% poll the public can initiate to ensure that they are binding. Why? Why stop someone who wants to question and demand answers from their constituencies, representatives, as they are all they want government official voting rights, accountability for the monies provided by the ratepayer to the constituency's representatives, stop citizens on general roll the freedom of choice to elect that constituency representative, and making discrimination a positive step by stripping the rights of a citizen to elect a constituency representative. And who would oppose this law is racist. The idea that Māori will not be elected by the community because of their race. If citizens on the general roll were given a vote, it is most demeaning remark by those who support this ideology. Race politics should be abolished in today's climate. There is no need for special treatment regardless of race, gender, sexual orientation, religion, and political views, and telling me, as Māori, I'm an individual and need more around the table is special treatment, when other groups who have just as much right around that table as well. That is the law not shared by me. I choose people on the basis of their character, not their colour. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak. That is all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Are you happy to take some questions?
Say what you like. I stand by what I say.
No, they won't say anything. They'll just ask you questions.
Go ahead.
Any
Do you
questions
mind if I have
for
a drink
Elizabeth?
of water?
No, help yourself.
Thank you.
Any
We're
questions?
thirsty
Yes,
after that.
Craig.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So just to be clear, I guess if you extend that to the national parliament or the government.
National Party, are you talking
The
about?
parliament.
Oh, the
government,
parliament.
The makeup of parliament, I mean. You extend your thoughts to there as well.
To the whole lot. My reasoning for it starting at local level is because people who live in the community are made up of different communities. I thought that's what we were trying to encourage in our communities, that all participate, all have a say. And now you're telling me that I can, but my landlady can't because she's on a general role, my neighbour can't because she's on a general role. They have no say as to whom gets elected as a constituency representative. I don't care if it's parliament. What is the difference between local, community level and national? Are you going to tell me we're all going to be separated? Māori, you vote for that person, non-Māori, whatever you want to call them. How about one vote that counts? I get to vote for one mayor. I don't get to vote for a mayor on my Māori role. I get to vote for a mayor, I'm hoping one day, on one general role. That is what I want to see. One role, a New Zealand citizen, born in this country, come to this country, wants to live in this country, one vote. That's all I'm saying. I do not apologise for the fact that I think it's racist. My parents raised me to work hard, to respect manners. Don't break the law. Those are the values that I think doesn't apply to race or gender or ethnicity. It applies to the character of the person that's standing before us. You lot. I'm going to vote for that lady, but not for him. Am I going to vote for you, but not for him? This is what's happening. It needs to have one vote, one person. Choose your councillors, choose your representatives. That is wrong. And I will take it to Parliament.
No other questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. I appreciate your opportunity.
I don't have my just one.
Oh.
Kia ora, Elizabeth. Thank
Hello.
you for your submission. I just want to ask if within your submission you feel there's any place for addressing the Treaty of Waitangi?
No. The reason why I say no is because this is about the right for locals to vote. The right for a person to say, I will choose you, I want to choose you. How does that make my ability to walk to a polling booth, fill out the form, put it in the box and be counted? How does that make any difference? It hasn't to me. I voted in every election and I voted for Māori, or whatever you want to call the other people. I voted for the person that had character and good policies. Can we not go back to that policy, character, honesty? I mean, I'm getting a bit sick of these politics that I'm hearing. You know, how about just going back to basic honesty and one vote? Māori can vote, I can vote, my neighbour can vote, my landlady can vote. She pays the rates. What does she get? Nothing. She doesn't get a say on who someone is going to put there. Only Māori do. What about her rights? whether she fit under the treaty. She does not. This is a good example. When you put the treaty before everything, you put it in front of people who, for their own no fault or none of their choosing, are who they are. You cannot put their document in front of them. You cannot. And if you're going to start telling me that we need to, then...
Thank you, Elizabeth. Any other questions?
I don't think so. Thank you for your time.
We
I
appreciate your
it.
frankness.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
See you later.
Napo Te Rangi. Oh, yeah. Napo Te Rangi.
Tēnā koe e koro.
Tēnā koe, yeah.
Did you get a new schedule? Oh, you need a new schedule. It's almost identical.
Yeah, so fuck, I've bet him. Welcome. And nice to meet you again too. We had that discussion around Ofako some time ago. So all submitters have 10 minutes, and the 10 minutes belong to you, and you can ask for questions within that time span if you wish, or you can take the whole 10 minutes. Okay. And the floor is yours whenever you want.
Tihei Māori ora. Te mea tua tahi māku e whakamoimiti ki ae ki tō tātou kaihanga. Ko ai o te timatanga, ko ai o te whakautinga o ngā mea katoa, no reire e te matua te arikinu e pā. Whakamoimiti a mātou tū manako, a mātou whakapono, mātou aroha ki a koutou, ki a koe toni tēnei wā a ngāmi. Reiri tēnei wā tonu. Pāna ki a tātou e ngā mate o te tau o te marama. I tēnei wā tonu, mai te raki ki te tonga, mai tūru ki te piti. O reira ki o ko te ngā mate. Ngā rangatira, takoto mai maira. O reira hoki atu ki a rātou mā te tuni te mā. Ke mui a koutou. O reira ngā mate haere. Ai re rungi te wako o te aroha. Ki a rātou mā, no reira, e ngā mate, mihi ake ki o koutou katoa. Haere, ema. Puri no kia tātou anō, ngā hunga ora, ki a koutou e te kaunihera, ngā memo o te komiti. E te tia mana. Ko puke ruru te maunga. Wai ngongoro te awa. Ko waitangi te marae. Ara, marae tō tara, tuki. Ko Ngāti Whakaiti. Ko Ngāti Kautere, ngā hapu. Ko Ngāti Kahungunu, te iwi. Ko tā ki timu te waka. Ko tā matea āriki nui te tipuna. No reira, ai tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Ko tā mai te marae o Waitangi, mo i o kei hea tēnā. Kei Waipuka, te whenua a mātou tipuna. Mai te timatanga i tēnei ao, ke maumara tēnā. Atu i tēnei wā, e tautoko i runga i tō pepa. In order to recognise and respect the Crown's responsibility to take appropriate account of the Te Tiriti o Waitangi principles and to maintain and improve opportunities for Māori to contribute to local government decision-making process. E kōrero Pākehā I tēnei wā. Been waiting 181 years, Mr. Chairman. I see a lot of racist kōrero going on this council. Enough's enough. We're not going away. I don't know who's voted what you are going to vote for, but that's it. I'm here to say my piece on behalf of our whānau, our hapu, and our iwi. Ai, whanau te mā mai kei roto. It's time for the councils to wake up. If you want to be racist, don't come on a committee. I've been straight up, Mr. Chairman. We're not second-class citizens. Koe mātou, tangata whenua, ke mamara tēnā. From day one. We've opened the door to all these immigrants that have come over here from day one. Now we're getting treated like, you know what? A take I a mātou mana. I have much more to say, Mr. Chairman. So hopefully you're listening, whakarong. Be good to know around the table who's in favour of these Māori constituencies. Who's supportive? Put your hand up.
Come back the 19th of May.
Put your hand up. Are we whakamā? Ara?
Another day. We're supposed to be impartial at the state point, but if you do a little bit of reading, you'll find out who.
Okay.
Are you happy to take questions from the councillors?
I just he pātai ki a koe before. I just ask you, raise your hands.
Not that question.
O he tono tēnā, ne, ki a koe. How many minutes I've got left there at the rangatira?
4 minutes.
4 minutes, yeah. So I think, yeah, enough's enough. Maybe you need to put something in that act to stop this racial ongoings happening. Fellas do it on purpose. But I'm here to represent our hapu, our whānau, and our marae, Waitangi. Maybe I'll invite you out there, Mr. Chairman. Oh, Craig Foss, you live out there? Oh, there you are. See, he lives out there. He knows how beautiful it is.
Yeah.
But I've seen all our whenua that we've lost, and that's bad. How many acres?
A lot.
Pardon? 60 million plus?
Yeah.
Aye. E tunu mā mai kia mātou. Tangata whenua. Time to give it back. And in closing, Mr. Chairman, the first Māori Standing Committee that was set up here 30 odd years ago, we were on there with all our kaumātua. Too many to name. Yeah, I can see them now. They're here. This is an important kaupapa. John Scott, all of them, right from Te Wairau right through to Tamatea. Heitea, Hiha, all of them. Joe Carroll. Too many to name, Mr. Chairman. That's why I made the point of coming here today.
Yeah.
To let you know, loud and clear, we're 200% supportive of this for our people. O reira, kia koe te e kui mai koroma ko tā mai tēnei wā, a ko e tai kaori whakai, kei rātou ni. Ai, mi ake kia koutou, e kui mai koroma, ai. Rau rangatira mā, kia koutou e te komiti. Ai, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Tunu rangatira tanga. Kia mātou, kia koutou, kia tātou.
Kia ora.
Questions?
We have time for one question if we... I think you overwhelmed him.
Puna te aroha, Mr. Chairman. Puna te pauri, te mā mai. Kia mātou, te iwi māo, ngā whānau, ngā hapu. You talk about leadership. I'm sure you fellas are going to make the right decision. So, kia tō pātai. Any questions?
No. Thank you very much. I think it had a big impression on these councillors. Thank you.
Kumitu? Kumitu. Good. Going to have a waita now, I suppose.
Yeah. Oh, we're looking forward to that.
The next one. The next one when we'll come there and we get the results.
Kia ora. Kia ora.
So, mā te wā, mā te atua, e te aki, e manaaki. Kia koutou, kia tātou katoa, reira, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. Kia ora no tātou katoa. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Oh, kia ora.
Now, Des, I saw you come in.
Sorry, anyone going to Hastings? It's my commitment. Mā te wā.
Des, you're on, mate. No, she's welcome to come. Is she? Evelyn.
Evelyn.
His name is
Up the front with Des.
Oh, no one is getting on because I got a sentence each.
Evelyn, you're very welcome to come up with Des.
Nice citizenship.
Yes.
No.
Is it training?
This is cool. Look at this.
Mo tō ai tuaki nei mui e tātou ko tātou ai tīmata mai nei tō tātou nei. Mihi ake ni ki a koutou. Ka kitea huri no te whare nei, nā mātā waka katoa, ai mihi ake ni ki a koutou. Ngā mana, ngā whenua, ngā toto, ngā wai, rātou katoa nā taonga tuku iho, mai tō tātou nei matunui i te rangi, e mihi ake ni ki a koutou. Ai te awa wairoa hopupi o ninga matanginau, tāti nei ki tuki, ngā rūroro, ngā mea katoa i tēnei wā a he te tonga. Koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koe, Rex. Koutou te rangatira o tēnei tēpu i tuaki nei i mihakini ki a koutou. I'm not too sure why my wife's name wasn't on the list, but she's here, so I'll pass to her to start off and then I will finish off with my 30 minutes after that.
We're looking forward to Evelyn's beautiful waiata.
Oh, I'll sing a song for you.
I'll find it. O, tēnei te mihi a tēnei kia koutou rā, te poari. O nei, e kōrero pirongo, e kōrero pakupaku. Ko Ngāti Kurumokihi, nai tātara, nai tangaro, Ngāti Heneuru, nai tahu, me ngā hapu toko whitu o ahuriri. Tēnei te mihi atu nei kia koutou rā, te puari. Ko he kaupapa I tēnei ahi e pāna ki Māori wards. Yeah. So, I'd like to begin with this kōrero talking firstly about the Walk for Unity. Yep. Now, this is one there that Pat would know about, Walking for Unity. Okay, so it is so important to us that we continue these walks which bring people together all around the country, and they need unity. And there was a quote by Chris Walters from Zurich. So on behalf of the representatives of the Soviet Union and USA, Germany, Switzerland, Sweden and Holland, that's what he said, that's what his quote was. It is so important to us that you continue these walks which bring all people together. All countries need unity. We need unity in our own country, in our own areas, in our own rohe. We need unity. Has that been achieved yet? No, it hasn't, not yet. So Joe Reti in 1989, along with Pat McGill of Napier, began the first Walk for Unity. Various maraes were visited over a duration of a 9-day event from Napier to Taupo in the hope of recognition for equality and peace among mankind. And how does that relate to us? It does. It should relate to us also. You may well ask, what has this got to do with Māori wards? To further on from that is a little history of how ahuriri claims came to be. Why is it so important that these walks continue to bring us together, as Chris Walters said? Has that been achieved? So this was all part of it as well. From the claims of the lagoon, it's about walking for unity. So the world has their eyes on us, and they are looking to see how unity works. Well, all I can say, unity has not been achieved today, not yet. And again, you may well ask, what has this got to do with Māori wards? Well, it's got everything, in my view, to do with Māori wards. Why? Because we are Māori, and this is how we become successful and how we do business. I see Māori wards as an opportunity for Māori to participate in council in a Māori way. Māori representation means the people we select will have the authority and mandate to speak on behalf of Māori. You may well say that they're already Māori who sit on council, and that's cool. They chose to stand and they were voted, fair enough, mainly by Pākehā, because Māori people are too few and too far spread apart, and they don't vote. So, and they do need to vote, but it has an impact on our people. So allowing Māori wards will give us Māori a chance and a voice that would be heard. Let us choose who we want to advocate on our behalf. Let that be our choice as Māori. We want the guarantee of Māori representation at the table that a ward or wards would bring. There's a risk around trying to build Māori capability at committee levels where we can provide advice, but that's not the same as influencing and making decisions. So don't underestimate the will of the community to recognise having a Māori advocate at the table can be beneficial to all. To give us a chance to be united, the walk for unity still continues. Nō reira, ko te taku nei pūrongo. Tēnā koutou, kia ora koutou katoa.
Kia Evelyn.
Ko te taraki ki taku hoa o rangatira for Des.
She just said she's going to leave the singing to me, Rex.
Oh, Oh, I just don't think it's fair. First, before we, have you got something to say, Des, or do we want to go to questions now?
No, I've got something to say. You might want to combine the questions.
Yeah, we'll combine the questions.
Yeah, okay. So, I headed up my submission in a very different way, I think, and started off in 1835. There's a document signed in this country called the
Declaration of Independence.
Declaration of Independence, Northern Confederation of Tribes, 1835. And in that document, Māori had autonomy. 5 years later, in 1840, we gave that all up. This other document called the Treaty of Waitangi. The difference between the two documents, in my view, was that one was of us and not you. The second one was of us together. And we've never forgotten that, the us together part. And you might recall that after the celebrations of signing this magnificent document called the Treaty of Waitangi, or Te Tiriti o Waitangi, that there's a massive call that went out that says, He iwi te tātou. We are one people. And there's much joy and celebration. Somebody forgot to tell me is which people. Are you Māori or is Māori you? Iwi te tātou didn't actually clarify what one people were talking about. I think aspirationally we were thinking that, oh, we can get on together now. Because that's how it started off. We went from the 1835 Declaration on Treaty Waitangi, as our ancestors tried their best to make it effective, as an instrument that allowed us to participate in the rulemaking of this country, that allowed us to participate in accessing the resources of this country. So that hapu by hapu, iwi by iwi, we would all be able to take ultimate charge of ourselves with you as our partners. And that didn't happen. World War I comes along, and our people join up to go away and fight a war that wasn't theirs. And we go to war in World War I, and I don't know if many of you guys have seen photos of our people over war in World War I, but you won't see a rifle amongst them. You'll see a stick. Their job in the First World War was to bury the dead, dig the toilets, peel the potatoes, until they found that might actually were quite fierce warriors, and things changed. And so for the first time then in that confrontation, we started to see that there was value in each other. We went to the Second World War. Now all these are major keystones of our history, which I'll bring together at the end. But the Second World War was another one. But because of the lessons learned from the First World War, which was, firstly, we must have our own leadership, and secondly, we should go away as our own people. Ngata went around and petitioned the government and convinced the government and our people that we should go away in the Second World War. And he used this phrase, the price of citizenship. And he used that phrase to describe why we should go. And our Māori Queen, Te Puia, she said in Ngāru Wahia that Tainui will not go. Everybody else, if you want it, you can go. But Tainui will not support a war that doesn't belong to them. But her people went. They jumped over next door into Te Arawa and hopped on with their waka and went away with them, so that they could label themselves as contributing to being a citizen of this country. We think, though, when that's mentioned, the price of citizenship is about the price of losing our leaders, of losing our ancestors, leading those that would be responsible for teaching the future generations. But the real price of citizenship is this, that they, as we hear it, I would say, they gave their tomorrows for our today. That was the real price. There's not one grandfather that went away that would say, and I hope when I come back my kids don't go to school. And I hope when I come back from the war, that there's no houses for my grandchildren. And I hope when I come back from the war that there's no jobs for them, that their health is poor. I hope that all that stuff is there, because then I say, yes, it was worth me giving much more. We know that's not what they're thinking. We do know that what they wanted was the best for their grandchildren, for us, today. Are you telling me I've got to stop talking?
No. He just agreed with me on something. It was a good thing.
It's a good thing. So we get to the stage where Second World War finishes and our soldiers come home. Our glorious soldiers come home, 28 Māori Battalion. You know the story about Rommel? They give a battalion of Māoris and I'll conquer the world. That was the ultimate accolade to our people. You know what happened to them when they came home? Nothing. Stripped of everything that belonged to them and identified them as part of the 28 Māori Battalion. Stuck on a rail car and sent home. Well, every other troop that went overseas, every other battalion went overseas, was able to continue to wear the uniform, beat the drums in the street, raise their flags, and march triumphantly down the street. Our people went home. And even worse, they never went home to any land. They were told you already got land, go back and work on that. So we get to the stage that today, the question is asked about, today's question is asked about Māori constituencies. I heard what was said before by the lady I don't know, and she's entitled to her opinion, of which I 120% disagree with, as I'm entitled to my opinion. My wife asked the question, are we unified today? Having this opportunity to set up Māori seats is not about division. It is about unification and recognition. It's about how we get to be around the table because we earned that spot around the table, not how you had the benevolence to give it to us. How we earned it around the table. And in this case, just like they do in the general seats, National, Māori, Labour, Greens, all those other parties. Because in 1996, when MMP came along, that was the first time that the effect was given to Māori strength in voting. Mana motuhake, Māori Party. That was when it was recognised there was a need to unite, to unify together. And that's all brought about because somebody says the foreshore and seabed don't belong to you Maoris. But this massive battle went on. Poor cousin Patakura got the job to come around and convince us all that he was right and we were wrong. So today, this discussion is about how we unify. It isn't about apartheid. It isn't about racism. Of course, those things already exist. We didn't invent them. They're already here. What we need is a mechanism to remove them out of our model. Remove them out of the way you want to do business as our own selves. I have no other home to go to. I'm home. Because I'm home, I'm going nowhere. I can't get up and say, like I heard on the radio this morning, a lady was so disappointed what's happening in New Zealand, I'm going to go to Australia. Well, if I'd have known the number, I would have rang her up and wished her well. And take a few more with you when you go. You can't stomach it. If you can't be a part of the change, then get out of the fire. Now, we're here for the long haul. We're not here to make enemies. We're here to make changes. And I've heard the word today used, and again this morning, transformational changes. You have heard just recently the report on the Waitangi Tribunal on Oranga Tamariki. And not one of us would have believed the amount of errors that exist in an organisation of the state. An organisation that operated outside the law. So the Waitangi Tribunal produced this report. We have the same types of vulnerabilities in every other part of our society. It's time for an overhaul. It's time to come together. It's time to unite. And in that unification of people like this old fellow over here, only just older than me by about 3 years. She started this walk years ago with her dad, with the hope of uniting the people. Only then can they see. It wasn't Māori that walked, it was Māori and Pākehā that walked. Start that unification journey. So, my final message in terms of the Māori constituencies. Not only is it overdue, not only is it important, and if it's only for those on the Māori roll, so be it. But it must exist. And it must provide the one thing I learned from a very well-respected kaumātua that most of us know, from Tom Mulligan. He said to me, I asked him one year, why did you run for council? You got smashed. And he said, I ran to give our people options. At the end of the day, that's all we can do, is put the options out there for our people. And hope they see and have the courage to see that the option is good for them. More importantly, go back to the legacy of those that left this country to fight a war that wasn't theirs. Who gave their tomorrows for our todays. Who worked on the premise that when they returned home, they would love for everything to be better, because that was the price of citizenship. My view, not paid. It's an outstanding debt this country has to Māori. Outstanding. I'm not saying that there's other cultures that went away and died. I'm not saying they don't have a right to their recognitions. Nobody must have got it. But our people were promised the price of citizenship. That is your life for your children, your grandchildren, will be better. 80% prison population, our people. 45% people in our kids in Oranga Tamariki care, our people. Now you got two conclusions. One, your marriages are so bloody useless, you can't get anything done. Or maybe the law's just not in your favour. Maybe it allows people to operate outside the law, like Waitangi Tribunals found in their report, and move on from there. But whatever conclusion you come to, work on the basis that having Māori constituencies is about unifying our country, not dividing it, not bringing in racism, and certainly not about any of those other negative words that get pushed around that are used to force us apart. There's no need for that anymore. We've matured as a people, we've matured as a country. Now let's use that maturity to reshape what tomorrow really looks like. Will I be around for it? Don't know. What will be around is my words are spoken and put on this table, just like Koro's were, when he was around 30 years ago. So, hoi no ko tērā te wero, hei whai atu nei ki a koutou. Ko te wero nei, hei whakaai, ko te wezei, hei kā. Ki a koutou rā, hei whakaai te kaupapa nei, ka tū tātou katoa i tō tahana. Mahi anā mahi. Hikoi atu. Hikoi atu. Ko tēnei te kōrero whakamutunga ki a koutou katoa. Piri koutou, a tēnā koutou. Charlie, tēnā koutou. Huri noa, a tēnā tātou katoa.
Te kai a te rangatira, he kōrero. Te kai a te rangatira, he kōrero. Mai te rangi ki te whenua, huri no ki te marae. Te kai a te rangatira, he kōrero. Kōrero, he atua, kōrero he tangata, kōrero, kōrero. Te kai a te rangatira, he kōrero. Te wai a te rangatira, he wānanga. He whakaniko i te kupu, he whakanako kōrero. Toko i te hine ngaro, atamai. Te kai a te rangatira, he kōrero. Te kai a te rangatira, he kōrero. Mai te rangi ki te pēnua, huri no ki te marae. Te kai a te rangatira, he kōrero. Te kai a te rangatira, he kōrero. Aha, whakaniko i te kupu, whakanako kōrero. Ti, aya.
Thank you, Evelyn. Thank you, Des, and thank you, Evelyn. It's brightened up our day, Evelyn, with your lovely waiata. Thank you very much. Okay.
Seeing I'm old, could I just say something important?
Well, Pat, I wouldn't allow anyone else, but I'm going to allow you. How long do you want? A minute?
Lovely. Well, it's because I respect you, this committee. I think you're a warmth here. And what you said is true, because a journalist came down and looked at a motel the other day in Napier and said, that's the new kids in that motel are the new gangs of Napier.
That's right.
And that's true. But the gangs don't want them, because there's a lot happening in the gangs now, and the older members of the gangs and their wives are wanting to come to peace through an appeal from the kids at the bicultural Maraenui school. But what we can't get through is those kids will walk. Those kids will go from marae to marae. We proved that with Mini Ratama and iwi police. So I'm just saying to you, what you said should be picked up. You can get the money from the port. There could be a trustee from the port fund. But what you said, and a woman would say, we can do better than we're doing now, and sending up to the Napier Court and into the hellhole.
Thank you. Thank you, Kura. Okay, thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Okay, Tania, I think we have you.
Questions?
Oh no, we don't have any questions. I'm sorry.
We're running career again, out of control here. This business lunch time.
That's good you said that.
I know, but I could take it through.
We might catch up on the turn of Michelle.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you know, that's what it is. Thanks. Okay, is he?
Anō reira ke tau te rangi Māori ki runga ki tēnei whare, ke tau ana te rangi Māori ki a tātou. Ke whaikaro rea hono re hariru ia kia ihoa ngā mano tua uri uri whai o ki tōnu te rangi me te whenua. Ko te nuinga ko tōna korori e tanga matua tama wairua tapu ana hera pono. Ke ta tū ki ona tua kana waira te arepa te oma ka piriwiri tua hamuera. Ko te mānga e kei roto hei tautoko, i te ture wairua, i te ture tangata. Nei rā, te mihi atu nei rā kia koutou. Nō reira, kei ngā mātau waka, haere mai ki roto ki te whanganui a rotu. Nei rā, ko ngā karangaranga hapu, e pōhiri nei, kia koutou. Nō reira, tau mai rā koutou, ki roto. Ki tēnei rohe, o aku mātua, o aku tipuna. Nō reira, nei rā, anō hoki ngā mihi ki a rātou ko he atu ki tua te ārai. Ngā mate huhua, kei tēnā marae, huri noa, te motu whānui, haere atu rā. Ka whakaaro ana hoki ki tō mātou nei tuahene, ni aranui. Ia e kōkiri tia ngā rangi tū hāhā. Nō reira e te tuahene, nei ko marae, e tangi atu nei. Hoki mai rā kia tātou he pai nei e Rex. Koutou ngā kai kaunihera o te mataua Māui tiki tiki a taranga. Anei te whanganui a rotu, te tai whenua te whanganui a rotu. E mihi atu nei rā kia koutou. Huri kou atu ana, kia tātou e pai nei, kei ngā karangaranga maha. Tēnā koutou, huri oroa te whare, tēnā tātou katoa.
Thank you and welcome, Tania. I think, is Peter going to do your waita when you're finished, is he?
Yes, he is.
You're standing up beside me, I know you've been learning as well.
Tēnā rā koutou, i te koromatua me te kai kaunihira hoki. I te tā o tōku pāpā no Ngāti Hinipare, ngai tāpao ngai tā nai tama wahine me Ngāti Māhu hoki. No mō te o wharerangi Timikara ngā marae. I te tā o tōku māma no Ngāti Parau ea, ko Tānia i nā hau. He uri a hau o Ngāti Kahungunu Ngāti Parau me tūwhare tō hoki. Tēnā rā tātou katoa. Firstly, we acknowledge the people of Hawke's Bay. In the submissions, 995 out of the 1,113 submissions made to support the establishment of Māori constituencies for the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. I've heard that this is one of the highest responses next to the Napier Port Chair submissions, and hope that the voices of the community are acknowledged in the same light. I acknowledge our mana whenua and our people here today, from across the community, from across our marae, and from across Kahungunu, that stand in support of equality, equity and fairness across a system that has not treated our people well for over 180 years. We commend the RPC representatives, the Regional Council Māori Committee and the councillors who were bold in supporting Māori constituencies at the council meeting held earlier this year. This has enabled the council to look at improving the democratic representation of Māori interests to ensure equity and representation and to provide a Māori voice with voting rights in regional decision making. This, as we know, has been made by the repeal of the provisions of the Local Electoral Act 2001 that related to racist legislation of allowing polls on the establishment of Māori wards and constituencies. This has provided you as a council with a fresh opportunity to make decisions on Māori representation at the 2022 local elections. We are here today as treaty partners, and I'm here as a representative, and we all are here as representatives of whānau hapu marae and te taiwhenua o te whanganui arotu. We have representation on our taiwhenua from our marae and hapu of Te Haroto, Tangoio, Petane, Wharerangi, Timikara, Mōtio, Waiōhiki and Kohupātiki. We are the mandated iwi authority for Napier, and as you have heard, we also connect closely through whakapapa to our whanaunga across all hapu and Heretaunga, Te Wairo and Tamatea. We are a partner to Te Tiriti o Waitangi, this country's founding document. To us it is a no-brainer. Councils have a responsibility to take appropriate account of the principles of Te Tiriti and to maintain and improve opportunities for Māori to contribute to local government decision-making processes. Legislation provides principles and requirements for councils that are intended to facilitate participation by Māori in the decision-making process. Arguments about Māori political representation are not new, and you've heard many today. Since the 1840s, our people have had their land taken by physical and legal force, have been punished for speaking our language, were imprisoned for practicing our culture and protecting our land, given no rights, as Matua Des said, when they returned from fighting in wars for our country. They were excluded from a ballot system allocating land to more than 9,000 non-Māori veterans and made to live under a system of governance built and operated by the people who did this to us. We don't have to look far for examples of exclusion and bias in our own backyard. A simple look throughout local government staffing levels shows very few Māori staff numbers, Māori on committees, Māori on hearing panels, and Māori representation on councils. If we could for one moment actually admit that we have failed Māori and that Māori did not choose to have the disparities that exist, as Matua Des has talked about, then we can truly look at ourselves in the mirror and do something about this. You see, we as Māori want to take part in everything. We want to have a better future for our community, our whānau and our mokopuna. We want to work in partnership.
We did not choose to have legislation in place to enable our voices to be heard. We are tired of fighting, consulting, and having to make submissions every time we need something changed. In some way, we are looking to you as councillors to partner, protect and ensure participation, and to ensure the voice of our people is included across government, local and central government actually, so we can have fairness and equity. Our people are not only a community of interest, all stakeholders. We are large contributors to the economy. Our marae, our tai whenua, our iwi, our post-settlement governance entities all contribute, not only as significant ratepayers, but also as consumers and high users of many products and services the Hawke's Bay economy offers. Working in partnership is our way as the community of Hawke's Bay to progress. This was evidenced by the tai whenua's work during COVID, where we took on a leadership role to help all members of the community, both Pākehā and Māori. There was no threat or fear in this for us. We worked together, and some of the councillors worked with us. That's right, isn't it, Sheriff? The Napier floods is another example where we, as members of the community and the tai whenua, who happen to be Māori again, led the community clean-up response and helped our families. The recent Three Waters saw our cultural case as a point of difference. Tank, HPUDs, RMA reforms, housing developments, COVID recovery, papakainga, water reforms, ecosystem priorities, community development, social procurement opportunities are all areas that will be enriched by having an unapologetic Māori voice at the table. We as treaty partners continue to work in partnership for the betterment of our community. It is important that this is reciprocated and you as councillors have an opportunity to do this. Your council is already embedded in the history of Hawke's Bay, and those councillors will be remembered for the recent decisions made. You have spoken at large and have been sent a clear message from your submission process that 89.3% of those who submitted support Māori constituencies. You as councillors need to stand up now and lead this. Māori constituencies do not take away anyone's rights. They provide an opportunity for councils to have the voice of Māori at the table. Councils all around us are voting yes. Māori wards are well on the way to becoming the norm. Tauranga, Taranaki, Tairāwhiti, Taupō, Hamilton, Otorohanga, Whangarei and Palmerston North are examples of this. Mayor Max Baxter from Otorohanga said, the addition of Māori wards can only enhance our decision making and add value. Working together is fundamental to our future, and listening to the voice of Māori is a huge part of that equation. Shiro Mai, the Mayor of Whangarei, said Māori wards offer a new relationship of trust between council and local Māori. Mayor Paula Southgate from Hamilton stated that the status quo was not working for Māori and that Māori are overrepresented in all the wrong ways. Mayor Sandra Hazelhurst spoke about the opportunities that exist when we work in partnership, and the way forward is to have the voice of Māori at the table. Māori wards are an opportunity to do more and do better together. We ask you as councillors to share this with us and be bold. There's nothing to fear. As we have heard, this is a changing world and we have a growing population. We will do all we can to ensure our people have a voice, will stand and will vote. We currently have RMA reforms, and our Minister of Local Government has also implemented local government reforms, or the start of them. She is signalling changes to Te Riti or Waitangi processes, and we are signalling that we are not going anywhere. You've heard our kaumātua talk about this. Our people have been here since time immemorial, and we will remain here and will ensure that our voices are heard. We are not going anywhere, and you have heard that by from a number of speakers today. Establishing Māori constituencies is positive and future focused. It enables us to right the wrongs of the past, to learn and to do what is the right thing to do. When our people went to war, as Matua Des and also Karaitiana pointed out, to fight for our country, they paid the price of citizenship. This was a price we paid because full equality had yet to be won. We are still paying this price today, lest we forget. And finally, and to whakakapi this, I want you to truly understand the karakia that you say probably before every meeting, whakataka te hau, and it's up there on the board. And I ask you to listen to the voices of our people. We are the westerly and the southerly winds coming. It is not just time for Māori. It is our time as the people of Hawke's Bay, and let us join together, gather and work together on this. Let us be an example of what a true treaty partnership looks like. We vote yes to partnerships, inclusiveness and diversity. This is our time as a community to do what is right. Te taipinua o te whanganui Aotearoa, and they're here today, they fully support Māori constituencies. E hi ake ana te ātākura he tio, he hoka, he haunga, tihau Māori ora, nō reira tēnā koutou katoa.
Thank you, Talia.
E ngā iwi kia tapotahi kia patahira.
Tātou, tātou e, tūtira mai ngā iwi. Tātou, tātou e, tūtira mai ngā iwi. Tātou, tātou e, whai a te maramatanga, me te aroha e ngā iwi, kia tapatahi, kia potahira. Tātou, tātou e, tātou, tātou e, tia wehi.
Kia ora. Kia ora. Thank you very much. It was really great. I don't have time for questions, I'm afraid.
Hei te pai.
After that, Waitua wouldn't want any questions, I think.
Kei te pai.
Thank you very much. Michelle, how are you going
I haven't heard back from them, so there will be nobody from the marae. And the other trustee that I was hoping would be a speaker on behalf of Te Honanga, she hasn't got back to me. So,
do we take them as read?
Take it as read, yeah. And just to add that the Horongo Ngā Awa Kupu was all from the late composer Rihari Pūnaki. I put that submission in the night before he died.
Oh.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Megan Williams. I don't see Megan. The Megan Williams I know is not here.
Holder's there.
I know, I'm just checking with Megan first. She's apologised. Para? Para? You're on? No? Apologise.
Apologised? Yes, you should.
You're on, Para? I know you are. I saw you sitting down the back, mate.
Motoring.
Prong hours never far from our hearts. Paul, you know the rules. We've got 10 minutes.
Yeah, 10 minutes. Kia ora tata. Taki timu te waka. O ka hunganu te iwi. O Ngāti Kere te hapu. No poranga hau a hau. Ko Paula Shasha taku ingo. I'm here as a soldier today. Had a great uncle, the First World War. All my uncles in the Second World War. Uncles in Korea. Uncles in Malaya and Borneo. And myself in Vietnam. And all of us came home to a structure similar to what we're looking at here. Fairly Pākehā led, Pākehā dominated, and we've come through time to where we are today. Seems like a long time. Grandfather, father, now myself. And we're talking about putting 2 Māori members on the council. Whether we agree with it or not. Just reading the kōrero and some of the paperwork of recent, and so many people have disagreeing. I thought it'd be a landslide. Lived a lot of years away from New Zealand to come home here. I feel that we're in a time now where us as Māori are benefiting the life and lifestyle and everything that's happening in New Zealand now. So for me, it's time. The only thing about me is I'm old. I got old. Run out of energy, ran out of kaha. But I was fortunate to be asked to be a member of this council. And I've met some wonderful people here. But when it comes to talking about Māori things, there's a definite difference in the way we view and how we present. So to have our own membership at this level of government, kaunihira, for me has become very essential. I don't know why we're debating this hard for it. Because under the treaty, we should have had this kind of partnership long, long time ago. And after all, us Māori men went away and we fought for this. And, you know, it still hurts me when I look out home there and see all our Pākehā farmers got the farms. No, Māori's got the farms. It didn't stop us from doing anything, we just went on with it. But it's time for change. It is time for change. And sitting on this council, the language that we use, Rick, a couple of guys there that look after us as Māori people, I've seen grow as Māori, their hearts growing in Māori things. But you guys introduced a fella called Te Pou Whakarei into the midst of us, who have lifted us as Māori people. And then fortunate this year we got a couple of wonderful chairs, Michelle and Michael. And so we're asking for more. So it seems opportune that we're looking for our voice on your council. And if you haven't heard the difference between Te Pou Whakarei and the rest of your top administrators, then you haven't been listening, because I've heard it. So in asking to have a Māori voice with a Māori view that's not affected by all this Pākehā things, and that's not insulting anyone, is not a great ask in my mind. Not a great ask. So I'm asking us as the people, whoever in the end decides what, to give some thought to an old Māori soldier who's done the hard yards, is just asking for long last. A gentle voice, Māori voice, the karakias that come with it, the mihis, the song, which is so out of place to the old ways of doing things. Time for change. And on some of these committees where these things have been done, I've seen so much change in how meetings happen, how meetings progress through, and how much people enjoy coming to meetings, and how the talk is different. So now that we got that part fixed, let's fix how the decision making is made and bring some of those joys to that aspect. So, poured my heart out here. Scared the hell out of me coming to talk to you all today, but never mind. Here I am, and Rex, that's my ass, Rex, Rick, Pierre, anyway, and all these other top administrators that sit at this level of government and make decisions on behalf of us. We've depended on you guys for all this long. But we've introduced a tool that's going to take us forward in the future, and that tool is called the Treaty of Waitangi. We only got to start using it. So that's my call today, Peter. My heart goes out to ladies like Michelle that I wish I had your youth. And you, Mike.
I'll take it.
No, well, at least you look like a young man to me. And I can depend on you. So today, Rex, that's it.
Thank you, Para.
I just hope like hell that I don't know why we need to go to this, but the heart of Māoridom has come here to say virtually the same thing that I'm saying. We need Māori wards, or whatever you want to call them. But if they all come with a heart like the fellow you employed there, that'll do me. So.
Thank you, Para. I'm sure all these councillors are listening to an old soldier, and I've never known you as long as I've known you to be scared of anything. So I'm just not sure about that. But thank you.
I'm terrified, Rick.
Thank you very much. Kia ora. Ah.
Something I know.
Te tai whenua o Tamatea, he whanaunga.
Yeah.
As Tanya said too, Māori from the west, Māori from the south, so I'll sing that one. Whakataka te ho, ki te uru. Whakataka te ho, ki te tonga. Kia makina kina kiuta, kia matara tara kitai, e hia ke ana te atakura, e tio, e huka, e ho.
Thank you, Jenny. Appreciate that. See you, Para. Now, Jacob Scott, eh? I see you back there. How are you?
Support without comment. Good to see you, Jacob.
Good.
So, submitters have 10 minutes, Jacob, and you can take all that time, or you can be a bit shorter and get questions, but it's up to you. You own those 10 minutes.
Kia ora, Rex. Kia ora koutou. It is a bit daunting, eh?
No.
And what a subject. My great-grandfather was J.T. Black, who documented a lot of history in this area, and I think he was a Hastings councillor for a little while. And his daughter was my grandmother, Kathleen Harani Blake, who became Scott. And she was whāngaid by Harani Te from out Mahuwai, that side. So that's kind of how I whakapapa into this region and into Kaununi. My grandfather was Mangu Scott from Ngāti Whakaui, Te Arawa. And my dad was John Scott, architect. My mum was Joan Moffat from Ngāti Raukawa. Anyway, I've sort of found myself, I just want to talk about some personal experience, really. For quite a while now, I've been sort of functioning in the zone, fallen into it really, of kind of working in the cultural space. It's a space that now my father's recognised as functioning in and bringing, I suppose, a new world view and application of those Māori principles, key principles. When you look back now, that's kind of what he was doing. You can see things in history a bit clearer. But yeah, so coming back to me, so I'm Jacob Manu Scott. My marae is at Matahiwi. Our family have been living there since 1910. And so we're sort of part of the furniture there. There's a little image here that I'll show you that was taken on Friday. And I don't know if you can see it from there, but this is the Auckland High Courthouse. And that gathering there is Ngāti Whātua. And they've just finished presenting their case for that kind of describes their position on rangatiratanga in that Auckland zone. It's a difficult zone, you'd know, because there's 19 iwi in there. But that photo is significant to what I want to talk about. For one thing, I was responsible for this artwork at the back above the doors on this High Court building back in about 1992. I did that with Hugh Karwhara and Te Atarangi Kahu. We consulted on that. And these po in here were put up here to represent Ngāti Whātua in particular, and Tainui, Te Ao Māori, iwi o Te Ao, iwi right through the new country, and Ngā Pākehā. And really what it talks about is the other law, L-O-R-E, that you're entering into the doors of this chamber for. I like that photo. And Ngāti Whātua, I think, Ngāti Blair just posted today actually on a thing. They've turned around a $3 million settlement into $1 billion. Now. And my experience here, I work quite closely with iwi. I've been working pretty close with Māori, and seeing all the effort that they've been putting into trying to grow their return of what they can do for the people. I've seen them working hard as on that, so I just put my hand up for them. But what I notice is that there seems to be some confusion. I'm also working at the moment on master planning for the Napier Civic Precinct with Boffa Miskels and Athfield Architects. I'm sort of, my role in there is to do the cultural connection, really, and the local connection. So in thinking about what could happen in here, if you cleared the space, it's interesting because we're on the cusp of a change. You know, with now partnership being talked about and needing to be expressed. And so a venue like this, kind of like that's the bastion of local government, is important. That it's also meets the aspirations of Māori in this partnership, and that we can function out of here comfortably and participate as partners. So what could this look like? That's our question at the moment. And I just want to say that, so this is a moment, and I think if other local bodies had this opportunity to redesign their civic precincts, what would they do in this moment of change? Napier and Hawke's Bay, I guess, got the opportunity to lead that at the moment, because a lot of these have to come down, they're earthquake prone. But consultation is the question with mana whenua. And it's interesting when you come to engage with mana whenua, who are they? Is the question. And how is that defined? And who are the spokespeople who can say what? And how is that communicated and represented at these tables where these kind of decisions kind of get met, not for us now, but for future generations? And I can see that there's a gap in the skills that we have to be able to participate productively and constructively, you know, in terms of moving forward, a forward view. All of these consultations, they check out our past landscape and they relate to those. They check out our past kōrero and our cultural, a lot of our cultural material, mātauranga Māori, you know, and we need to remember that got locked away with the Tohunga Suppression Act back in 1907 and the Native Schools Act in 1858. So it kind of left us, I suppose, in a void. Up until now, we've been exploring, as I see it, Renaissance, kind of investigating our backgrounds, finding our legs. But now, I need to be at the table, I think. And it might just be a stage in time, because it would be good to get to a point where everybody was able to represent the view of everybody else. But I think there's given that gap of not being party to what's evolved to date, and it being a bit daunting, and there's a lot to kind of absorb, a lot of stuff. We need more people at tables that can both listen and participate. Because we learn from that, we learn by doing, I think. So that's my korero really.
Thank you, Jacob. We were a little bit over time, so we don't have time for questions, but we really appreciate it, and we all really appreciate what you do in our community and the contribution that you make as an artist. So thank you very much for coming along today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob.
We're going to stop for a quick cup of tea, and I really mean a quick cup of tea, please, and come back.
You would have said that he's
I'm away for a few days.
You understand all this? Suppression Act? Introduced by Sir James Carroll.
supporter. Okay, can I have some order here, please?
You haven't had
Alice,
order all day, Mr Chair.
You've been really patiently sitting there. I've been disciplined by everybody saying I'm letting people go over time, but Perry is now taking over, and he will ding you at 9 minutes.
It'll sound like this.
Yeah, and that means you have a minute to go. So you own the 10 minutes. You do what you like, and welcome.
Okay, thank you for letting me come and speak. I'm a bit like one of the previous gentlemen. It scares my heart out to be here.
No.
So I've written all mine down because I can't speak off the cuff. So
you can sit down if you like.
Thank you for letting me come. I'll just stand if that's all right.
Okay.
So I'm here because I'm concerned as a ratepayer that the Hawke's Bay Regional Council is eroding my right to fair representation. So when I voted for you to represent me, I was allowed one vote. Each constituent was allowed one vote. This is called a democracy. The Hawke's Bay Regional Council is eroding democracy by promoting Māori constituency seats, allowing a disproportionate influence in decisions affecting my community. We cannot claim a mandate from the local electorate for the decision to establish these seats. There's been no open public campaign on this at the last local body elections, and essentially without an electoral mandate, the council is eroding democratic process, therefore eroding my fundamental right to participate in a process that's making decisions that affect my community. The push for the Māori constituency seats has come from the current government and is consistent with their recently released policy document, Vision 2040. It's perhaps not a document you've heard of, but it's a policy document that's based on the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. The declaration essentially aims to give control to a nation to those who self-identify as Indigenous. This means a shared ownership of all public and private lands or resources, including fresh water, and the power to govern. That's what the 2040 vision is. So it's a 20-year plan. That's the current government has a 20-year plan to transform New Zealand from one of the world's oldest and most respected continuous democracies into that what would effectively be a political cooperative presided over co-equally with Māori and non-Māori rulers. The goal of the current government is to have a 50-50 tribal rule by 2040, and this will assign control to tribal groups that will skew decision-making towards their own vested interest. And it will be the end of democracy, as most New Zealanders understood it, and Hawke's Bay Regional Council is complicit in this. Ratepayers and New Zealand public do not fully understand the implications of the incremental changes happening to our governance structures. There is a deliberate and, I think, deceitful obscuring of the agenda by the Hawke's Bay Regional Council. The Hawke's Bay Regional Council is in the process of giving away my democratic right and the power and the public's resource to Māori tribal interests without having sought a mandate from their Hawke's Bay constituents. Most of us have no idea of what's going on because the Hawke's Bay Regional Council has not been telling us, and neither has the current government. No letter in the mail, no email, no glossy brochure in the mail, no public campaign or debate. And if we did find out, like I did find out and asked about it, there was such a short consultation period that it didn't really encourage engagement. It seems to me like a tick box exercise. We've consulted, tick, and perhaps the part of the statistic that was quoted by one of the previous speakers, that of the 1,100 submissions, 900 were from Māori, is a clear indication of this. The whole thing is apartheid in nature, despite the fact that somebody else said something to the contrary. It is very corruptible in that it secures enormous power to Māori leaders over other New Zealanders. There are no safeguards to protect us from conflicts of interest. It's undemocratic, elitist and racist, and despite what one of the other speakers said, it's separatist. It does not draw together, it draws apart. It's separatist rule, not democracy. The Hawke's Bay Regional Council should not support undemocratic processes. I'm not racist. I support equal rights for everyone, but I support a colourblind society where each person in the community has a fair and equal opportunity to take part in the decisions that affect their community. Those promoting racial privileges are racist, and anything that divides Kiwis by race is racist. Democracy means one person, one vote. So, to sum up, it is therefore my submission that the Hawke's Bay Regional Council should not support the establishment of Māori constituent seats. A healthy democracy delivers proportional representation, and this has been borne out by a healthy representation of Māori at local and national government levels, despite what one of the other speakers said. Additionally, the Hawke's Bay Regional Council consultation process in the voting with the voting constituents has not been sufficiently robust to give it even a semblance of legitimacy. I'm happy to answer some questions if that's what you...
Thank you, Alice. Yes. Questions? Martin?
Yes. Look, thank you for your submission, Alice. Have you been to or lived in South Africa?
No, I haven't.
Have you a conception of apartheid as a system of state-sanctioned oppression of a people to the point where they get no vote whatsoever in the country they live in? And how do you equate that with the idea of ensuring, still in a one system, one person, one vote system, that Māori have representation at the council table? How are they the same thing?
So I'm talking about apartheid in the way that there's a majority, a minority that rule for a majority. So currently New Zealand has got 15% roughly of Māori or people that claim Māori ancestry. So if there was a 50-50 rule, you would have to say that's apartheid system. It's not a democratic system, and that's where this current track of policy making is going. And this is just an incremental process along that way. And there was some comment that the New Zealand political system is not delivering for Māori, but I would say that is not the case at all. The New Zealand democratic system serves the Māori people well. There's currently, for instance, 23 Māori MPs in Parliament, and a lot of them have senior positions. That represents 19% of the 120 parliamentary seats. There's 5 councillors on the Hastings District Council that of Māori descent, representing 33% of the seats. And on this council here, of the 9, there are 2 of Māori descent, representing 22%. The current political system serves the Māori people well as far as representation goes.
Thank you, Mike. This will be the last question.
Yeah, thank you, Alice. So you spoke about not wanting to see separatism develop in our country.
Yes.
Do you understand we've had separatism for 281 years? 181 years?
So you're talking about that. Are you?
So since the treaty, we've still had separatism in this country, right up to this year.
I actually believe that you may be incorrect in that the Māori people were actually accorded 4 seats in Parliament very early in the, shortly after the treaty was signed, a recognition that they weren't well represented.
Can I draw your attention to earlier on, just last month, Clive School?
I don't know.
I couldn't. They were 2 Māori teachers were unable to be addressed as mātua and whaia, sir and miss.
It's unbelievable.
They were banned from being addressed as that. Is that not separatism?
I think you're. So what I was addressing is separatism is in that we should be seen, the community should be seen as one. We should not be seen as Māori or Pākehā or.
But we are seen.
Mike,
you've
asked your question, Mike.
You are, pardon, sorry? You are.
If we just go to Clive, which is just last month, when 2 teachers were banned from having the term used mātua and whaia, sir and miss.
Well, I couldn't give a comment on that. I'm
It
sorry.
was in the paper. So we haven't got any time for any more questions, I'm sorry. But thank you very much, and I know that you were brave to come along, and I think councillors and everybody appreciates that too.
I hope that you will consider our democratic...
We will consider everything, every submission we will consider.
Thank you. I also hope that you consider the fact that the people that have submitted is not necessarily a representative of the vote, of the sentiment that would be in the Hawke's Bay community if you were to canvass the whole Hawke's Bay community.
Well, everyone had a chance to submit.
And my point is that in all the brochures and documents that came in our mail, we had one on our water rights, and we had one on whether the bus system changed or not, and whether the Tuki got dredged or not, and whether the Clive River. We did not have one glossy document about this which affects our democratic right, and all the other things are kind of rats and mice, really.
Okay.
This is our democratic right, and it's a very, very important matter, and we should have been properly asked for our opinion, and we weren't.
Thanks for your view. Thank you. Te Iha. Te Iha jury. Are you present? No. Well, I know Tanya's here.
Tania's here.
Tanya, you're jumping the queue. What's that?
We done Jana, was supposed to be.
Right.
We done Joanne?
Oh, Ranu, we should do Ranu now. I'm not.
Joanne's Doyle.
Somebody else
340.
First.
350. He hasn't appeared.
No.
We had, Tani, we had someone was coming on from Angaroa at 3:50, but they haven't appeared, so we will have you now. You can all come up, sit in the front.
Come on.
Are these your children?
This is my daughter Jessica.
Jessica,
And
hi.
this is my niece Larissa.
Hi, Larissa.
Ngā mihi nui ki koutou katoa.
So Tanya, every submitter has 10 minutes, and Paddy is going to knock you at 9 minutes. He will let you know you've got 1 minute to go. Otherwise, you can keep it short and for councillors, whatever you choose.
E mihi ana, e tangi ana, kia tātou katoa. Ma te haere, moi mai rā. Mai koutou katoa, o tātou ai nei ho ngā urupā o rātou mai, e mihi mai, oha atu nei. Kia ora everyone again. So you all have my submission. I've come here for a purpose, actually, because, and the reason being, when I get up and talk, it's kanohi ki te kanohi. When I hear things come back about things I never said, it's important I come here today. So, for those that, and it's not any of the councillors, but for those that are on, what is it, Zoom or live, they can hear what I had to say. Kia ora. Okay. Since being a tangata whenua representative on the RPC, I have seen a huge transformation with councillors working hard to support Māori. Unfortunately, Māori do not have voting rights to make a difference, and our people need to be reminded who had set the rules. It is over to this generation to teach our people about the relationship we have presently formed with our regional councillors, and how we are all working hard to protect our taonga for the benefit of our future generation. Another thing I wish to add is if it wasn't for the present regional council, we wouldn't be here today. So I support the establishment of Māori constituencies for Hawke's Bay Regional Council in recognition of partnership and in accordance with Te Tiriti o Waitangi. Māori worldview and mātauranga Māori around our environment and waterways has a Māori. And our taonga is given by Ngā Atua. The Council will benefit hugely working with the inclusion of Māori constituencies, and we can teach them. So, and on the weekend, because I follow the kōrero that's going around, but I went on Neighbourly and I didn't like what I saw. So I then wrote my comments. Normally you won't see me respond on a page like this. I'm kanohi ki te kanohi, face to face. I support Māori wards. Not because I am Māori from Aotearoa, but to remind us all to honour partnership, Te Tiriti o Waitangi. No need to shout out and claim your existence from our forefathers. Truth can be hurtful. The Māori wards isn't division. The racists make it with their misinformation. I want to thank Hawke's Bay Regional Council and Hastings District Council for your moral courage. You are brave bringing this kōrero to the table. You will get flack from the racist, ignorant, and some of our own. I just want to make the comment about Māori being overrepresented, because I can. Māori on standing committees, are you aware we do not have voting rights regarding major decisions pertaining to Māori issues? Majority water consents were given to white people and rich foreigners to exploit. The contamination of our awa is through the rich elite, dumping their waste in our waterways. So you no longer have that awesome drinking water we used to have. Where was your voice when all this was happening? Perhaps the racist needs to stop misinforming our people of Aotearoa and join the genuine. Do not label us Māoris as your enemy or on a benefit. I believe in partnership. Lastly, remember our Pacific whānau people. They also have rights to have a say. I brought my niece and my daughter because they are the next generation. So, Jessica, do you have anything to say?
I'm new to all of this. I've never attended anything like this before, but the growing concern surrounding our whenua and everything is definitely of interest for me to want to start being involved. So,
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm much like my cousin, new to all of this, but ready and eager to learn, get amongst it, because, yeah, I feel very strong about this kaupapa. But for now, I'll observe, but I'll be back. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
That's all we have to say.
Thank you very much. Questions, councillors? Neil.
Kia ora, Tanya, who's my benchmate and colleague down the centre of the table. Tanya, going to the issue you raised around the voting by the Māori Committee and RPC that's sitting around the table, we fully appreciate that Māori constituencies doesn't deliver a vote for those entities around the table. How do you think those, should they change as a result? Does it diminish the role of those entities around council because they don't have a vote, a final vote around the council table? What's your view of that?
I wish it would change, Neil. However, what I can say is that, and Rex, you know, you being the chair on the RPCTW, we have consensus, and hence the reason I stand here today to remind our people that we have a awesome working council And I do see partnership. I actually do see partnership with our representatives on the PSG and the regional council. So at this moment, the answer to your question, I see the partnership while I'm here. I don't know if it'll change. So if there's another law that's going to come in, because we must remember, children, you know, that this law came in not by the council, you're dictated by by the central government. You're dictated by their law. And so it's important that our next generation know that. But I stand here today and I thank all the councillors because, again, if it wasn't for you getting consensus, then we wouldn't be here today. Aroha mai whānau, ngā whanaunga, but, and you were given a hard time, but normally it's our own, are our worst enemy. So, yeah.
I know that.
So, does
Thank
that
you.
answer your question?
Thank you.
Thank you, Tania. Really appreciate it, and appreciate your daughter Jess and your niece coming along to support you.
Kia
Kia ora.
Ngā mihi.
Right, thank you very much. Have we got our man on mana on? No one there.
No, Simon.
Therefore,
Jenny's here.
I saw you come in, sneak into. Yes, you're on. Welcome, Jenny. So every submitter has 10 minutes, and you can use it. You own those 10 minutes. We've read your submission.
I've got an oral.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Yeah, plus the oral.
Plus the oral.
Yeah.
We're going to do the
10
oral
minutes.
now.
There's more than 10 minutes amongst that.
Sorry about that. I had a run through.
So,
You can't
so the,
have a written oral submission.
Would you like
do you want to
give
hand
that
them
to
out?
everyone?
Sheriff's,
I can do that.
Sheriff's going to do the honours there. You just tell us when you're ready to start.
I told you that I'm not an expert in everything.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Oh, no, that's two.
Yeah. These are by Margaret Simeon that spoke earlier today.
Oh, really? Very cool.
She explained her prowess with a brush, flag, debate, not so long ago. This is a Matahiwi Marae. It's the inspiration.
I'm not counting this as part of your 10 minutes, Jenny. You're lucky, Lee.
Because you're my friend. Because we all know each other. We're all Hawke's Bay people. Okay.
Right, are you ready?
Yes. And I'm just clarifying that in the 3 minutes I might have for questions after.
It's all inclusive.
Yeah, that includes what you've already read.
Yeah.
Right, and what I'm about to say. Is that okay?
You've got 10 pure minutes right now.
Okay. I'm going to skip pepeha, raurangatira mā. Tēnā tātou koutou katoa. If you live in Aotearoa, New Zealand, you are either tangata whenua or tangata tiriti. New Zealand is not too young to learn about itself. Colonial constructs and mindsets that establish and support organisations such as HBIC epitomise segregation. Every one of our ancestors came to Aotearoa, the land of the long white cloud, to improve on what their lives may otherwise have been. Did they come to dispossess, disinherit, or to integrate, harmonise and thrive within their new, lush, found home? Does the bank rule your bottom line? Do regulators operate in favour or further disinherit? Does it matter to you how your neighbour is doing? Does it matter that the once verdant watery plains of Heretaunga, the gathering place of canoes, wither under your leadership? Does it matter spawning grounds of the majority of fish requiring sandy-bottomed
habitat tuatua pipi cockles, tuangi kuku kina, paua flatfish, koda, kakahi tuna, nursery grounds, estuarine, freshwater and coastal marine are so compromised most are becoming or are functionally extinct. As such, they can no longer support the basic diet of the First Nations Indigenous people here in Te Matawa Māori Hawke's Bay. Doesn't matter that wellbeing indices do not pick up the wellbeing of the people who have sacrificed so much. Why are the place names, our wahitapu sacred places, our tikanga, not standing operated procedures in this authority? What has always occurred is autocracy. Mana whenua had to contend with what's left. The lived experience in, on and around our sacred waters and lands cannot be compared. Stop treating us like reductionist, redundant beings that you feel you have the right to micromanage. We are holistic, as is everything and everyone. This is greater than politicisation. This is exclusion and segregation as a fundamental of human rights. Two of the organisations I represent, Ngā Kaitiaki o Te Awa Ngaruroro, spans the headwaters Kaimanawa, Ruahine, Kaweka, three mountain ranges to the delicate estuarine environment of three major waterways, all highly modified to the river mouth, then to the receiving waters of Whanganui a Ruawharo. Kahanganuki Te Mato Māui. Gazetted customary fisheries rohe moana from Te Kauaia Māui, Cape Kidnappers, to Mataruahau, Hokariri, Port of Napier. Main high water springs to 200 nautical miles EEZ. My co-chair sitting over there, Peter Eden. Inclusive of all marae and hapu of Heretaunga and the wider Ahuriri area. Disarming when you enter a submission on behalf of that enormous area to the annual plan, it's ignored and have to do our own follow-up. Smacks of disingenuous and cavalier bureaucracy. Similarly, with the numerous hapu and iwi management plans lodged with HBRC, are hyper-controlled or they're ignored. Just show you some here. Iwi Incorporated, Operation Pātaki, Mana Ake. There are hundreds and thousands and millions of hours put into constructing these tūtaikuri. It's in legislation. HBIC has to lift its game. As you know, you are the organisation that represents all of Hawke's Bay, ki uta ki tai, inland to the sea to 12 nautical miles. Where is your accountability to the marine environment? Highly under-budgeted and subsequently underperforming. Racial discrimination is alive and far too well in Hawke's Bay. Do you think that if Māori values had been central to natural resource management in Hawke's Bay, that there would have been the Havelock North water crisis? That was a glimpse of how Māori have been treated in our own home. Haru water, dirty water, despite assurances of safety, work capacity reduced, lifetime shortened, families disrupted. Where are the safe places to take our tamariki mokopuna? Our people only ever built where there is a reliable source of water. Now what? What can we teach our children? Where can we take them? The vibrant avifauna of the mountain streams, lakes and ponds. We would not be lamenting their loss. The guano would still be fertilising the hills. The bush, the scrub would clothe Papatuanuku. The waters would run clear. The springs would still be bubbling. Our peoples, all peoples, would be welcome and well. Economies would be measured on well-being rather than depleting soils and air, impacting human being and dislocation, along with all native flora fauna prior to the term biodiversity ever being coined and provided for. Public works would have been sensitive to ecosystem integrity and not targeted the ever-shrinking vestiges of Māori holdings. Excess public work confiscations could well have been returned to those dispossessed. Communities could support each other. Banks would work in tandem with climate resilience. We would help each other through, not relied on cronyism and adversarial models favouring the lawmaker. natural law would be to the fore. Partnership. What does that look like? Joint thoughts, joint discussions, joint accounts, joint distribution, joint gains. This table has a responsibility on behalf of all people living in Hawke's Bay, wherever the boundaries of the day are placed. To the north, to the south, to the east, to the west. Guiding officials. Who is steering this canoe? Tariti workshops, work outputs and outcomes, measurable against every work stream and budget. The 27 April Bay Buzz article, kudos here. Regional Council considers Māori seats. Martin Williams highlights guarantee as an Article 2 right that the Crown then reneged, quote unquote. He goes on to say land confiscation by military force aside, direct quote here, from the latter part of the 19th century, over 300 separate pieces of legislation were deliberately and strategically framed by the Crown to extract land from Māori, by hook or by crook, and against their will. Thank you, Martin. You need to head up the induction program every governor employee of HPRC undergoes and synthesises prior to commencing their respective roles. Good luck with that one. As Martin says, this part of our nation's story is a bit like one of newcomers being invited in by the locals for dinner, and after dessert's over, when the host defences are down and an assumption of trust is forged, the guests pull out a gun and tell their host to clear out as trespassers in their own house. Again, a direct quote. I'm reading this because not everyone might have seen the article. Except it's not just the house. It's evacuating knowledge systems of hundreds and thousands of years that interlocate time and space, season and reason, and intimacy within our very DNA coding. Ngā taonga tuku iho, God-given gifts that have enabled us to survive throughout the millennia. Thank you, Councillor Ormsby, for taking the time to point out technicalities of the acts, which determine how we, as mana whenua, ahi kāroa, taura here, mātā waka, and tau iwi, are conscripted that do or do not result in governance fit for purpose within each rohe. I'm not going to translate those words because you should all know them. They should be part of your everyday dialect and dialogue. And they're all different. They all have different meanings. Whoever your God is, there is one source that unites everything. Would your God prefer that you profit over another? Going forward, we are the ancestors. How will the nation remember you? Oh no.
1 minute to go.
Was that 1 minute to go?
1 minute to go.
I'll sit down then.
Okay, we have time for one question. Thank you, Jenny.
Sorry.
Craig.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Just one thing. We've got like 30 seconds, I think. Can you use a quick example of this hyper-controlled information flow? Because you just referenced it
Yes,
quite
I
a
used to
bit.
contract here. I'm just not going to spill any dirty stories.
Oh no, so I don't mean that.
I could.
You're just saying there's a huge blockage of information.
There's enormous.
A power thing.
Free it up.
Eh? Pardon?
Free it up.
Free it up.
Not hard.
Right.
Thank you, Jenny.
Look forward to report the finance audit and risk on this.
Thank you for your contribution, Mr. Barker.
Yes.
That was excellent, Jenny. Thank you.
All right.
And we love your art too.
Margaret Simeon.
Yeah.
Ngāti Kiri.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Okay. Rick's been excused. We have Matt Edwards.
Really good.
Is there a Matt Edwards here?
Oh, that one.
There's not.
Just walked in? No.
No.
Is this Matt?
But I called out Matt Edwards and he didn't. If not, do we have Rana? Rana
No, here he's in a meeting.
is gone, is he? Well, therefore,
Can you just check whether there's anybody here who thinks they're submitting?
Yeah.
Who we might have made some error about. Is there anybody here who believes they're submitting this afternoon who hasn't submitted?
Sorry, what was your name, sorry?
Matt Edwards. Matt.
Oh, you are Matt
yes.
Edwards. I was
Please come
calling
forward.
out for you. You're on.
It's early.
Floor is yours, Matt.
I think the point is it's early.
I just saw you walk in, Matt, so just to give you a bit of the rules, every submitter has 10 minutes. That you own those 10 minutes, and you can go shorter than that, allow councillors to ask questions, or you can take the whole 10 minutes. And Patty will ding the bell when you've done 9. But the floor is yours. You tell us when you're ready to go.
I'm ready to go.
Okay.
Automatic. Chairman Graham and councillors and others here, I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to the proposal to have separate Māori constituencies. I made a very brief submission and I just want to raise some issues around that. I know you've expressed the view that you have no opinion on this issue. Maybe what I have to say may be of some help. I'm going to come at it from a different angle to probably most of your submitters, if not all. And I want to say at the outset that this issue should not be decided on the basis of the numbers supporting it or opposing it. It's an issue of principle. Councillors shouldn't be elected on the basis of race or gender, but on ability, their intelligence and common sense. It's not about the colour of your skin. We're all equal here. It's about your ability. I want to say that when it comes to voting as a ratepayer, I have real difficulty because the CVs are so brief. You cannot assess the abilities of councillors on what is provided. So how do we make a proper judgment as voters? I'm happy to vote for anyone. I don't care what race they are or what colour of skin they have, if I know their ability and their beliefs and what they stand for. But that is very difficult to do under the way the elections are done. We also need to have the ability as ratepayers to, I believe, remove councillors if they are ineffective, and also stop council if they're heading in the wrong direction. I think we have that ability under a 5% poll to stop things going ahead, but I'm not sure. You may have thought that I should have said that councillors should not be elected on the basis of race, gender or religion. I cannot say that because what religion, what beliefs you hold, and we all hold different beliefs, are very important to how you think and how you vote. There is only one absolute truth in any matter you care to raise. One absolute truth. And I would like to think that council decisions are made on the basis of truth, understanding what has gone on in this world in the past, what is happening now. You need to have an understanding of world history and realise that most of the wars and the struggles that have gone on have been over religion and what people believe. You have to understand good and evil, right and wrong. And I'm sure none of you would want to make a decision that's wrong. But if you don't understand history as it is, if you don't understand religion as it is, you'll most likely get it wrong. There is only one God, but there is also a counterfeit. Just as there is only one absolute truth, and that truth comes from that one God, and it is expounded in the Bible. Because there is only one truth in all matters, most religions of the world contain a huge amount of error. Some not so much, some just about 100%. They can't all be right, can they? Because there's only one truth. So in conclusion, I would like to say that you sit here as our representatives You don't sit here as a Pākehā or a Chinese gentleman or a Samoan or an Indian. You sit here to represent all ratepayers. You may express your opinion from your background and your culture, but when it comes to voting, you must vote for what is best for the ratepayers, not what is best for your ethnic group. And I hope that would be in accordance with the truth. But if you don't know what the truth is, how can you do it? You also need to remember, and we all do, that all people are destined to die once and after that to face judgment. We want to get our decisions right and not be embarrassed and ashamed when we face that judgment. So I am opposed to the setting up of separate constituencies because it is divisive. We need to work as one people. United we stand, divided we fall. That's an American slogan, but it's extremely true. And if we're going to argue around treaty issues and all sorts of other things, we will spend the rest of our lives doing it. This country is going backwards and falling to pieces everywhere. Why? Because we've got away from the truth. That's my submission.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate that. Councillors, any questions for Matt? Martin?
I was just wondering what the one universal truth was when it comes to New Zealand history that would be relevant in this context to you.
I don't think New Zealand history has a huge amount of relevance to this. It's what's happened in the world. And most people have no idea of that.
Right.
All the conflicts that have gone on that you can think of have largely revolved around what people believe.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Craig.
Thanks, Matt. If it was to come to pass that these seats, the council decided to progress in this area, if it was, what's the worst thing that could happen, do you think?
You would upset a lot of people, I think, if you do that. And I don't think it's... What would be the worst thing that could happen? You would be continuing down the road that this country has gone for the last few decades. That's where you'd be going. And do any of us honestly believe that things are getting better in this country from the decisions that have been made at central government and the direction this country has taken? It is going that way, not that way. Because of the divisiveness that has been brought in.
Thanks, okay.
Thank you, Matt.
We must have one law for all. And sadly, we do not have that. And so, it's falling to bits.
Thank you, Matt. We don't really have another time for another question, but we appreciate you coming along and supporting your submission and giving us your points of view. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
and
much.
You are the last of our submitters today. So thank you very much to everybody. Patty, would you close our meeting for us, please?
Thank you very much for the chance to speak.
Thank you, Matt.
Hoki mai rā ki te tāhuhu o te rangi. Kia hau mai te rangi, kia hau mai rā ki te whenua. Ko tātua no tēnei e noho kei Wainganui. Ka urita rā ki tōna kōmata ka pari te tai ki tōna pūkenga, ko te puawai ka puawaihia he kākara tai āwhio. A tēnei te mihi atu ki a koe rā te atua nau nei, ho mai nau nei i tangohia. Kei runga te ingo tau nei tama kia tau kia tātou katoa. Te āta whai i o tātou eriki o i Kraiti. Me te aroha o te atua,
me te whiwhinga tahitanga ki te wairua tapu. Ake, 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 āmine, kia pai tā koutou hoki ki ta kāinga.